Welcome back to the Italian Open in Rome. Here, 2024, we are having a blast and we are with yet an exciting match in front of us. We just witnessed Alessandro remain for now the current champion with a win in round 1. And yet again, we have a previous Open champion, but also YCS champion in Vincenzo Orofino. And I mean, for anyone who has been following the game, he has been on a blast in the last few years. Obviously, one of the newcomers, also given his very young age. And he is actually bringing quite a unique deck as well to this event, which is Unchained, but with so many interesting cards. And first and foremost, he's playing 50 cards.
Yeah, I mean, this is very spicy, honestly, and we will talk about this later. And I've never seen something like that, to be sure. But
no, absolutely playing a very unique deck. We have seen him plenty of times in the last Open in Bologna. He was playing Goatee, so it seems like, especially at these events, I mean, he takes his time to just build these interesting strategies, taking his opponent off guards. But I think he might also be a little off guard in this match because his opponent is playing Voiceless Voice, a deck that we have seen perform here and there at some YCS level competition, but has never had that breakthrough performance. Obviously, ritual deck, but I think we are in for a blast. Both very interesting decks, something we did not expect to be that popular walking into the event. But without further ado, our players are ready. Let's find out who will be the winner of game 1. And here they are, Mattia against Vincenzo. Let's see who is gonna win this roll.
No. He tied the 3, so let's see. Okay, Vincenzo won the die roll and we'll go first. So let's see the starting hand, how it looks like. And yeah, I mean, a 50 card deck, Unchained, which is something that we don't really see quite often, but you know, let's see how I start things off.
Okay, and again, a card we have seen in the previous round. The Beaconing Beast seems like it's a popular choice this weekend. And Mattia could even expect a Jubel deck. So
yeah,
we'll see. Actually, as mentioned, 50 cards, but a lot of different engines in the deck. So many different cards. And yeah, this is what we saw both in the previous round and in the Sprite deck a few years back. But I'm really interested in seeing what Vincenzo wants to go for. He's one of those players that always brings somewhat of a combo deck. And yeah, tends to just play test on his own and figure out these interesting lines. The good news for him is that his opponent is playing a few interruptions, but it's also a ritual deck, so you cannot invest too much into disruptions. But let's see if there will be a response right here. Mattia is thinking about it, so he might have it. And it would be a great way to stop the Yama, but not quite it.
pretty solid from Vincenzo here. He has the Shavar as well, and yeah, I think though Mattia's hand looks promising because I saw one of the Bestials and one copy of the Super Poly as well.
Yeah, that will not be a good news for Vincenzo. Obviously, the Bestials in the main deck, but we have seen them in the previous round as well. And yeah, the Super Poly. Ooh, but yeah, as you can see, Vincenzo continuing his combo. Is there anything else? You can see Mattia really debating about just something. But yeah, for now, plays back on Vincenzo. So his opening strategy can vary quite a bit. He's playing a lot of traps in the deck, as well of obviously the opening with just Appaloosa, the Soul Rage, SP, the usual deal. But yeah, you can be quite flexible with what his end field looks like. So
I think he's considering whether to respond, right? Because no, it seems as if okay, let it go.
and yeah, here we see the escape. Debating about it. Yeah, it is escape. Obviously, the Unchained deck has fallen in popularity quite a bit ever since Sharbara was limited. But I think it's quite refreshing to see such a deck still up there. So
Yeah, especially because like I mean, Vincenzo's deck is very interesting because he's basically maximizing on the best cards in the deck, right?
yeah.
Prosperity, Talents, and he has 3 Trust as well, so it's very consistent.
But something important to mention is that as he has won the die roll, we can reveal that his main deck contains no entraps at all. He only has a lot of, power spells for going second, so he does have options, but it's a very bold decision, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it will be very interesting to ask him in person, no, why he decided to go for this, especially because, like, I mean, now it's almost 9 to 12 entraps in the main deck, at least. So,
but I mean, the 50 cards do have a merit in there. Obviously, when you're playing 50, either you play like at least 15, or like it's definitely better to consider, playing these kind of spells like Talent, Trust, and that's what he went for. Yeah, for now it's pretty much your usual Unchained combos that we were used to seeing back in September of last year. But now, Mattia allowing everything to go through, it seems. Trying to look at his hand. Yeah, he's got a couple of Voiceless cards, but if you're not too familiar with the Voiceless voice deck, can actually be quite scary where to use your interruptions. And yeah, that could be the case for Vincenzo, who always plays a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh, but has also been focusing on both Master Duel and the TCG. So in this case, I know that he has been playing Unchained across, all all Yu-Gi-Oh, but obviously there are huge differences between the cards, and we'll see if he gets maybe a little too confused expecting a Maxi out of there, and that's not gonna quite happen today.
yeah, I mean, he's debating and he's taking his time. Maybe he has some other options in the hand as well. I mean, once again, the Super Poly is gonna hurt for sure.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
that can cut him. Yeah, can catch him quite off guard. But yeah, it's one of those cards that we have seen in the main deck.
But I think it also makes sense for Voiceless to play a card like Super Poly, right? Because the deck is consistent with the law as well. It's just, like let's say the standard, combo that you put up on the field, and the Super Poly gives you a very nice addition to the deck.
And here we see the Sharvara over and over being recycled. He is obviously you need to play and try to play around Nibiru if you can in this event. It's a very popular choice in a lot of the Snake Eye decks, but it seems like at the moment Vincenzo decided to go for it. He doesn't believe his opponent has many responses at the moment. Going quite deep combo. And yeah, here we can see the usual line. This is quite annoying for his opponent, as effects that special summon are negated. This is potentially really good against the ritual spells.
Yeah.
So this is a way to shut down the deck, and yeah, just gives you a lot of advantage. And yeah, solid opening. Nothing too spectacular, but I think it's pretty good for Vincenzo, and seems like play will be back to his opponent soon.
Yeah, I mean, like this kind of lineup is with the DDD we have seen a lot of times over the last year. And yeah, I mean, it's consistent. We have to see whether, Mattia now can deal with this, especially because, like, Voiceless needs.
And very unfortunate, Ash 6 card top decked. Never happy to see that. Yeah. I mean, the DDD is usually quite annoying, especially when you cannot super poly it. But yeah, right here we see the solid start with Saphira. Vincenzo thinking about it, I think his opponent is explaining the effect to it. It's similar to, all cards where you can pretty much search your deck for, a ritual monster. And yeah, it's actually quite nice because it's both works as a searcher but as a ritual spell kind of effect. The issue is that he needs to find a way to fight back from these DDD XY monster. And yeah, Soravis is nice for anyone not knowing the card. It's kind of like a protection from targeting effects. And with the Diviner, okay, this opening is solid. So for sure, Vincenzo is happy that he won the die roll, because this hand would have been really good from the Voiceless player. But going second, it gets significantly tougher.
Yeah, especially because, like, he doesn't seem as he has much going on. The Diviner maybe may help a little bit.
And here he goes. So it resolves. The good news is that this Soravis essentially makes it so that the Soul of Rage is useless, because it can be used to negate it. So he now has to deal mainly with the XYZ. He knows that the escape, is there, but obviously Diviner now resolved.
I think it makes a lot of sense to play the Soravis in a deck like this, no? Because like you have easy access to it, and in general, I think it's one of these one-off that you really want to have in your deck. So it's.
And this Trias is an interesting card. It's a one-off in the deck because you can send it easily. Essentially, what it does, it also allows you to play around some effects, because you can tribute, up to 3 fairy monsters, but even just one, and summon it back from grave. And then it has additional effects, but even now you can use it. And obviously, Vincenzo has 2 negations because his XYZ is not once per turn. He can essentially stop 2 summons. But he needs to be careful because he doesn't have a whole much outside of that. And it seems like he allowed this to go through. Interesting. And yeah, now he will fight back. Is there a response from his opponent?
No, doesn't seem like it.
Trying to look at the last card, and I think it's another Saphira
and a Drew's Worm. So Ash Drew's Worm.
Okay.
Yeah. For Poly, another Saphira, right?
Yeah, Saphira for sure. Yeah. Let's see. He has the option to use it in the effect. He's checking his Soravis to see whether it can be used to negate, but yeah, it's only for targeting effects.
Not easy.
No, not easy, but not impossible. He's just trying to find a line to force out Vincenzo, which is known to be a player that really likes to keep his interactions there. And yeah, this is the bold, I guess, in a way, decision from Mattia, but he pulls the trigger and does go for this play. Typhon hits the field. But this means that The turn is a little more complicated because once you summon the Typhon, you can normal summon or special summon monster for the rest of the turn.
Oh.
And now we can see the Soravis potentially, but yeah, this makes it a little tough, as you can see. Yeah, this gets to resolve, and this decision from Mattia might come back to hurt him a bit, because he's pretty much locked for this turn, and he will be forced, as you can see, to set just this super polymerization and pass back to Vincenzo.
Do you think here there's like a world in which can read a super poly? Like
it's pretty tough.
It's very difficult, right? Because
I think you smell blood and you
I think
just
you just try, right?
Yeah, you just go for it. You saw that there was no Nibiru, and as you can see here, it's well played in a way. But yeah, just asking for confirmation, obviously, from player side. And yeah, Vincenzo just it's the field. A little bit of a confusion, but if he could not read it now, he knows what the face done was, unfortunately. I think there was a little bit of a misunderstanding. He thought that the Sharvara could destroy his face down, which would make the card even more insane than it is. But yeah, now unfortunately he knows. And as you can see, he picks up his cards, and it is Vincenzo who wins game 1. Well, what could we say? It was not a spectacular opening from Vincenzo, but it worked. The really good news for him was that there was no interruption from his opponent. That's
I mean, that's the point, because basically I started things off with the Super Poly, which would have been good, but you know, his card was Ash Blossom, so I mean, it would have helped him out a lot. But yeah, I mean, in general, I think Vincenzo showed us what the DDD deck with a, let's say, decent hand can do. With the DDD on the field, and he had a follow-up play as well. And yeah, I mean, we have to say that in the end, maybe with the Typhoon, you know, he had the escape, so he had the way, you know, to play around it. And I think both players didn't have a good hand, right? So it was kind of, I mean, let's see what we can do with what we have, no? So it's now on game 2, maybe it could be a bit different, because Mattia is playing against Unchained, so maybe you don't really expect to play against this deck.
No, it's quite different. I think for both players this was not an unexpected matchup. As mentioned though, Vincenzo is playing 50 cards, no entrops, so I think he will just keep most of these spells that he's maining. And from the side deck, I don't really see many options. So we might even get to a point where he just keeps the main deck 50 and just goes with it. On the other end, though, the situation is quite the opposite. When you go first with the Voiceless deck, you just want to, again, keep the deck as consistent as possible. And I think, again, maybe the Cosmics could be good, even if they go first. But we could see totally a situation where these duelists almost keep the exact same main decks as game 1. Yeah, because the decks are just built to go first and second. And Vincenzo just happened to win the die roll and not needing that much to win, so that's great news for him. But again, we want to see some ritual action, and once he goes first, he should be allowed to you know, amass a pretty decent field. The Soravis can be quite annoying. The only concern is that this super polymerization is now known. And again, Vincenzo, really experienced player. Yeah, I guess it could be a double-edged sword, because in a way, you know that the super poly is there, so you want to play around it. But maybe there are also situations in which you play too much around it and end up, you know, playing yourself. But yeah, it's definitely interesting to see now that the knowledge is there, how Vincenzo will try to, you know, fight back once the field from his opponent is amassed. But I think our duelists are almost ready with their side decks, so let's find out who will be the winner of game 2. And here they are, drawing their 5 opening cards. Let's see if Mattia has what it takes to fight back and even the score. And he does so by already activating one of his first cards, asking for his opponent with the barrier. It's a very interesting card that protects, from targeting. And there is, though, an Ash Blossom coming down to stop him, but not quite yet. I think he didn't activate the effect, most likely. Yeah, I mean, he does. So they just keep pretty much aligned. But unfortunately, only 2 face downs. And Mattia passed back.
Really?
Oof.
Wow.
Crazy. We might have a quick one on our ends, depending on these face downs. The only engine card was this barrier, and it was shut down.
Matched.
My God, what a start from Vincenzo.
This hurts so much because basically these were sided in, and both the Ash and the evenly matched, but this hurts so much.
And I'm surprised that he actually did not keep the barrier, because what an opening.
Wow.
Yeah. Do you think we are going to see this Ash on the Prosperity preventively from Mattia?
I mean, he could also consider that Vincenzo really needs to see one of his good cards, right? So, I mean, it's not ideal to activate an Ash on the Prosperity, but it will make sense. Like in a spot like this, he's left with 3 cards, and there is Unchained, so maybe he will need a trap plus another monster to.
Yeah. So I think if he goes for 6, you could do it, because it's not obvious, and I think we're gonna see it. Let's see, Mattia waiting and having a think about this Ash, but allows it. And let's see what the cards will be. A lot of really good options here from Vincenzo. As mentioned, here is yet another interesting tech, which is the Nightmare Thrones that we saw in the previous round for the Yubu deck. Again, fresh off Legacy of Destruction, but he does get access to the 1 copy of Sharvara. And let's see if this decision not to use the Ash comes back and punishes Mattia. But definitely rough start for the Voiceless player, as we now see. Ooh, not even just a Sharvara. He has a pretty solid opening with one of these Rakea. What do you think the face down could be? Is maybe an impermanence?
I think maybe an impermanence, something like that. Yeah.
And yeah, it is impermanence. So you can use the Sharvara if you want to play around it. But yeah, this is exactly what's going to happen. Sharvara used, no response from Mattia, which knew about the Sharvara. And
Vincenzo's left with 1 card in hand, right?
Yeah, and this is so much advantage. As you can see here, Vincenzo figuring out the chain links and using escape as chain link 2, seems.
Yeah. Does he have Ash? Okay.
I mean, doesn't change much. You still get to summon off the Rokea. And the only good news, I guess, from Mattia, if you can call it good news, is that the battle phase cannot be entered, because it was already for the evenly matched. But I mean, the situation is rough. Ooh, he's just thinking about going straight into the DDD and passing, maybe.
That won't make sense, right? I mean, your opponent is left with 1 card. It's
and he can get 2, but no. Instead, changes his mind at the last second. Does go for the link summon of Yama. And yeah, there is no response. So great news for Vincenzo. He needs quite the miracle of top.
And he's left with he's left with 1 card in there, right? So with the, we don't know. So let's see what he decides to go for, but looks very promising for Vincenzo.
A great turn. Honestly, you cannot ask for more. Your opponent pretty much breaks on just 1 engine cards. And we must also mention that Vincenzo only entropy in the entire deck and side deck was these 3 copies of Ash Blossom. He picked up 1 in 50 cards. So, I mean, luck was a little bit on his side. And yeah, seems like that was enough to stop his opponent. And sometimes that's just how it is. Yeah, not stopping anytime soon. And has a pretty good read that the last card in hand could just be another interruption or just a piece of the combo that alone doesn't do much. As you can see here, Vincenzo is the driving seat, goes for the Soul of Rage, just like in the previous game.
You have Trust as well? One of the spell.
It's a spell for sure. I can't quite tell which one it is, but impressive opening.
Yeah.
And maybe, yeah, I mean, obviously, tough to judge the deck with such a situation, but
Yeah.
It has some potential. So I'm very interested in seeing what will be the final performance today from the deck. But it seems like Yu-Gi-Oh is in a really open state at the moment, with a lot of different decks available and just a lot of different ideas working. So
Yeah, I mean the deck seems consistent, and also like the newest edition, Leagues of Destruction. I think they are making a lot of sense, right? So it's
and yeah, essentially going for the DD with some additional steps. Oh, and an Ash Blossom off the top just seals the game. Quick 2-0 victory from Vincenzo. What a match it was for the YCS champion. Let's go back to us for the post-match discussion. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's just how it goes. Not the smoothest of rounds for his opponent, Mattia. You gotta feel bad for him. Didn't really get to play the game in the second duel when he just opened the barrier. It got stopped by the Ash Blossom, and the rest of his hand was just, interruptions. Not much going on. And Vincenzo is obviously gonna take his chances when he smells weakness. But overall, obviously, game one is the one where we got to see a little bit more of action. It seems like there was a turning point, but overall, that super polymerization, which we thought could be really good, probably not intentionally, but Vincenzo played around it really well, and I think he could get punished a lot by it. And I mean, that just shows that it's a very good experienced player. 2-0 now. Looking good to just advance, keep going on. But as a final reminder again, we are here in Rome, 494 players. We're gonna play 9 rounds today to crown the second Italian Open winner of the year. And yeah, we still have a long way ahead of us, a lot of exciting matches coming up. But before we do, we are gonna go on a short break, and we'll be back with Vincenzo, the winner of round 2, for an interview. Keep watching. And we are back here at the Italian Open with the winner of round 2, Vincenzo. Congratulations for
Thank
the
you.
match. And yeah, it was quite an interesting one with 2 decks that we didn't expect to be, that popular for this event.
Yeah.
And yeah, first and foremost, obviously, congratulations. And yeah, the question has to be, why did you decide to bring such a deck for the event?
So it's not for a competitive reason.
Okay.
I don't really think it's the best deck. It could be. It's just that I don't know, honestly. I'm playing a lot of Master Duel lately, and this is the deck I'm playing on Master Duel. And I saw it started to have some results after the new supports, the new field spell and the new extender. And I just thought it was cool to keep practicing for Master Duel while playing the Open. And I played this deck at a YCS already, so I knew how to play it, and I thought it would be fun.
Yeah,
Run it
and
back.
I mean, sometimes it's not just the deck, it's about the pilot. This is not the case, but we'll see later on how this will go. But obviously, we have a bunch of questions about the deck list itself. Something I want to mention is 27%. You know what that is?
27% what?
Is the percentage of seeing the Ash in 50 cards in game queue,
okay.
but I mean, it happens, unfortunately, for Mattia.
I don't need dash.
No. I mean, but obviously it was just an unfortunate end for your opponent with just one, engine cards. But outside of that, what was the decision between the build and especially playing no end traps whatsoever and just going second cards?
Yeah, I don't like end traps.
Okay.
I just think end traps does not give you the chance to win by yourself. It's kind of end comparison when you're playing an end trap deck against an end trap deck. And Unchained doesn't even fit that well with the end trap playstyle, because if you play the end traps, you have to play at least 18 if you want to talk about percentages.
In 50.
No, in 40. And Unchained just can't do that. But it's really good at breaking boards. I think it's one of those decks that can break a board if it opens even only one of the non-engine. And that's why I decided to play those.
No, it's fair enough. There is also the additional benefit, I guess, when you try to break a field, that you can set those spells, so you can play mind games with your opponent while that doesn't
In
happen.
a lot of combos going first, having a card to set makes your combo a lot better, not only for the bait, but you actually need a card to pop.
Absolutely.
So all the board breakers help to do that as well.
Yeah, and it worked out. Obviously, not quite the matchup you expected, but in general, if you would say, what is your scariest matchup out there?
Yeah. So it's funny because there are 2 decks that I didn't want to play against today, and those decks are branded because it's just a bad matchup, and Voiceless because I have no idea what the cards do, because they are not on Master Duel. And what happened is that turn 1 I played against the branded Voiceless. So the 2 decks combined. And then now I played against another Voiceless.
Maybe you're done for the day.
But I guess
maybe it's just
now just Snake Eyes, hopefully. So
okay, and when you say hopefully, we'll see him go 2-3 when he plays old Snake Eyes. No, but obviously, thank you for being with us. It's always nice seeing you experiment for this event, some interesting choices, and maybe we'll see you later on throughout the day.
maybe
or
not. Maybe not.
Or maybe not. But thank you again, and thank you all of you guys for watching. This is the end of round 2, but we still have 7 more rounds of Swiss to go through. So keep watching, and we'll be back with round 3 soon enough. Welcome back to the coverage for the Italian Open 2024 in Rome. We are now in round 3 and we are witnessing an historical event here in the city of Rome to crown what will be the second, again, Italian Open champion for the year. And we have yet another previous former Open champion, although not quite the Italian Open. It was Scefola Alessio, who won the UK Open back with Kashtira, and has had a few seasons, I gotta say, really incredible, with a lot of top cut finishes. Not quite the win, outside of obviously the UK Open, which was, I think, a very impressive undefeated performance. And he's playing what is considered by many Italian deck, we could say, which is Floowandereeze.
Yeah, I mean, like, I talked to him before the event, and he hasn't played for a while, so he was not feeling that confident. But he felt confident with the deck, and it's working out well. I mean, I like the deck list, so the approach, you know, and also, like, I think facing Floowandereeze, it's always not easy.
No,
so
it's definitely scary. The deck by itself is always a very impressive engine, but what's you know, the really impressive part of the deck is that it can play so many cards that can just completely steal the game, from Dimension Shifter to Featherstorm to Rivalry. So it has a lot of very annoying options. And he's actually facing off against a deck which is not quite lined up to perform, because Jacopo, his opponent, is on branded Despia. And again, one of those decks that can really shut down their opponents thanks to the gimmick Pappenheimer lock. Unfortunately, that does not quite work against Floowandereeze, so that will be interesting to see. I gotta inform you, though, that the opponent, so Jacopo, already forfeited the game 1 to prevent some information, essentially, during the match as they were starting out. So we will dive into game 2 directly. So Alessio leading 1-0 with his Floowandereeze decks. Is gonna be Floowandereeze against branded Despia. Let's find out who will be the winner of the match. And here they are, as mentioned, and as you can see, Alessio leading this match, but now it will be Jacopo who performs his combo. But I think we can expect him to go for a interesting line, because the lock doesn't work against Floowandereeze. So maybe he wants to just extend, put some of his fusions, Mirror Jade, and so on, maybe a branded in red into Chimera on the field. That will be interesting to see. On the other hand, of course, unless we see a Dimension Shifter, we can expect Alessio to just, you know, sit back, and this will not be the case. Also, because, you know, it would be a punish, because the... Okay, interesting opening. High Spirit, and as you can see, this is a pretty cute opener.
I like it,
by
honestly.
Jacopo.
Yeah. And still, I think that the branded Despot deck is very consistent, and I mean, I still like the interactions and how they play against basically most of the hand traps in the current format, right? So it's still, I mean, the shifter, I mean, yeah, by itself is, you know, shuts down entirely the strategy of the deck, but
it can be annoying. You can still do some cheeky lines with the Lubellion shuffling back, but it definitely gets things tougher. And I mean, branded is always an interesting deck. It can do so much, but it always seems to miss that, you know, winning performance, mainly due to, you know, inconsistency and the famous Ash Blossom and branded fusion issue, we could say. But the deck has changed a lot, and cards like Fusion Duplication with, you know, Thrust, which is played by Jacopo, made it so that you can play around Ash much better nowadays.
last time you played Brandy, I was not like, it's the winning performance, right?
Yeah, kind of not, kind of not. So let's see what he will go for.
Seems very solid opening from Jacopo with the Aluber as well. And It doesn't seem as if Alessio has any sort of interruptions on his side, which is good news from Jacopo. And let's see how he'll continue to take it from there, because now the Aluber is going to resolve. He take the branded lost.
And yeah, as expected here, you have so many different ways of advancing through your combos. It being the Gragugnol, which usually would be used to send, as mentioned, a Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. I don't think that will be the case in this specific duel. But let's see.
And here comes the branded fusion. Very solid opening from Jacopo. And yeah, Alessio allows it. So we will see some stuff here from the branded player. This is a very good opening.
This is so strong. As mentioned, it is true that playing against Floowandereeze can be difficult. At the same time, the good news is, as mentioned, you don't expect that many end traps, so you can overextend pretty confidently. And in this case, for example, you can access the Mercurier and have more interruptions. And the only thing is you're forced to take the grind game approach. But this could be obviously working out for Jacopo. And yeah.
And knowing that you are basically facing Floowandereeze, like, is there anything specific you'd like to aim for, like or very first turn?
I think you need to diversify. I guess that there are a few scary things, which is Floowandereeze tend to play a lot of, we can say, cards like Pot of Duality and Prosperity, which get them to their side deck cards. And one in particular I have in mind is Evenly Matched. We saw it in the previous round with Vincenzo, but I think it's tough to overextend and not play too much into Evenly. Because in general, if you just want to ignore Evenly, you can get the Mercurier, you can get, branded in red, and a lot of different interruptions. But yeah, Evenly should be definitely a concern, because if you overextend into it, you can just lose the game right away. But for now, he's playing pretty smoothly and just making a lot of advantage at the moment. As you can see here, Borlot Fusion, a lot of options, and here is probably the turning point of deciding how much to go all in and what to play around, essentially.
Yeah, especially because like he knows that Alessio might have side in some cards, but on his on the other hand, though, I mean, we were looking at the Jacopo's deck list. I mean, we can tell that he's of course not prepared against Floowandereeze, but I mean, it also makes sense, no? Because
no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we see the Gragugnol. Let's see what the target will be. Again, a lot of options. Not gonna be the gimmick, I think. No, doesn't make any sense. And yeah, he's just considering one of his options. Gonna go for an advantage type of opening. On the other side, Alessio has the, Evenly I mentioned in the main deck, actually. And in the side deck, he has cards like Dark Lurer No More or RP Feather Duster, which could also be pretty good.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting to see those. And as mentioned, the really good thing about cards like Duality and Prosperity is how easily you can access those cards once you side deck. So,
but also like Floowandereeze is very consistent. No, we have seen in over the last, I don't know, maybe 2 years, something like that. So it's I mean, it's one of the main reasons why the deck is still good. And I mean, as you mentioned before, Alessio is a very experienced player, and yeah, I mean, like if he goes deeper into the tournament, this will be one of those decks you really don't want to play against.
Oof! And just as we mentioned, the 6th card is the evenly matched pick up by Alessio. Let's see how he wants to play around this. Wow, we could just see enter bottom face into evenly matched. And yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world for Jacopo. Yeah, I don't know. Jacopo needs to be a little careful here. And the end looks kind of promising from Alessio.
Yeah, he declared battle phase.
I think he did declare battle phase, and now it's up to Jacopo decide what to do. But yeah, we did mention him. The card is there. A lot of decks can be hurt by the evenly. Let's see what play Jacopo wants to go for. He can get another search with Lost, which is nice. And yeah, goes for a fusion summon. It just mirror jade into. No, it's gonna be Sanctifier most likely, right? Yeah. Sense. Now you get a search. And you can get cards back with Quem if you really want. But now again, he needs to be a little careful about how he wants to play with this. I think this makes a lot of sense. It's a really good way to play around evenly matched. Because you can give your opponent a monster and then they cannot really, for example. But should be the case. And yeah, as you can see here, well played. Evenly can be obviously annoying, but this is a good way to play around the card. Giving your opponent a monster, then they cannot use evenly. So essentially, you force your opponent to use the red into maybe not a great card. So this could also be a bluff by Alessio, but works out for now.
I mean, well played by Jacopo, on the other hand. I mean, if your opponent has the evil match, you still have to do it, right? So it's... Let's see now if Alessio can come up with anything else.
And here comes one of the cards we mentioned, Pot of Duality. A lot of interesting options. Oh, okay. I guess that's an easy choice. So, but actually, Alessio is thinking about it, which makes me, wonder whether he has already a copy of the Quick Spell Advent in his hand. Interesting. Wow. Really thinking about this.
This may be unfortunate for him if he's holding into another one in his hand. And revealing either two dualities, honestly, it's just...
No, definitely. And that's enough, actually. Wow. So quick game one and even quicker in a way game two. As you can see, just didn't think that could happen. Maybe he was looking for a monster right there. And overall, although he did open the evenly matched, Jacopo played it pretty well with the Sanctifier, giving his opponent a monster and preventing the card from being activated. So now the score is even, is 1-1, and we will actually dive into game 3 soon enough. But obviously the situation is quite similar, quite different, because again, these are decks that don't really play Entrops. The same can be said by Jacopo. He has 0 Entrops in his main deck. I think only maybe a random Bestial. Yeah, that's it. Just the random Saronir, which you usually use for comboing off. And this means that, again, Alessio, unless he breaks, should be able to set up a pretty nice turn 1 with Floowandereeze. And that's scary, because, as mentioned, there are a lot of annoying cards. On top of everything, RP Feather Storm, which I think is one of the strongest trap card ever released, probably in Yu-Gi-Oh! And when you can back that up with maybe an Apex Avian to just protect you, I think it's solid. On the other hand, Jacopo going second as his own copies of Evenly, so that's something that could come in. Outside of that, I guess a few cards, but nothing too special. There is some consideration for Dark Ruler to maybe stop again the Apex, but nothing too exciting from that side. He will just rely on his engine and try and push as much damage as possible. The good news, I guess, is that if he's not facing the RP Feather Storm, there is a lot of, it changes.
It changes entirely, I would say.
From night and day,
yeah. Like looking at the Alessio deck list, honestly, I think the Evenly match will go out and Ash Blossom will go in, basically. Maybe nothing else.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
I think so. Pretty straightforward. Again, maximum consistency from Alessio. He has 6 copies of these pots, Duality and Prosperity. And then maximizing the engine cards. So makes sense. Regardless, only one of these 2 duelists will be able to advance with a 3-0 record. Looking good in what is a third of the duels. 9 rounds today. And as there will be no top cut, you need to win as much as possible, because the winner will most likely be on a 9-0 or maybe 8-1, 8-1 draw score, so you really cannot afford to lose more than one match. But our duelists are ready, so let's find out who will be the winner of Game 3. And here they are, once again. Yeah, having a final cut games. Maybe he will regret this if he opens an amazing end. And let's find out what Alessio has in store. I see a lot of traps, and this could be a very bad sign. But I think I also saw a Robina. No, Robina is there.
Okay.
Oof. Then this could completely be broken, because I think I saw a rivalry, but yeah, we start things off with Advent into Empen. No response. I think it all comes down to this resolving, and the good news is, as mentioned, I don't think we're gonna see much of a response from Jacopo. This looks really, really promising from Alessio.
Yeah, nice start from him with the fill spell plus the Rubina, and I think he will also be able to set up the RP Feather Storm as well. And here the Eagle gets banished and he gets it back. And yeah, it looks very promising, honestly. We thought for a second that he didn't have anything going on, but you know, that's not the case. He also has the rivalry. And
yeah, the one-off rivalry a card is quite scary, and we have seen in this first few rounds has been played in the main deck by every single deck that can afford it. So not a joke. And I think yes, he has that Feather Storm as well. This is looking insane. Maybe the last cut from Jacopo was regretted. What a end from Alessio. And yeah, he has that so much that he could set up the Apex play in the following turn to play around, again, evenly matched or cards like that. But yeah, on top of a Feather Storm, it's really, really, really tough to play. And I mean, there are not really many cards that can stop it. So this is exactly what's going on right now. And Alessio is not stopping anytime. Free trap cards.
This is very promising. Especially because, like, Jacopo doesn't have any, apart from evenly match, he doesn't have Cosmic Secret, for example, no? To deal with Alessio's back row. So kind of tough, but, you know.
And now he can get the Apex, most likely. Yeah, seems like that's what he's going for. And yeah, there it is. So Apex Avian set up, and he actually goes for it right away. Okay, doesn't want to risk anything. We were expecting maybe, you know, just a hold. Instead, playing it as safe as possible. And I do like this. Not taking any risks. And play is back to Jacopo, who needs a miracle. Obviously, up until now, he still has some hope, because he doesn't know about Rivalry and Featherstorm. But when you have full knowledge of what's going on, this is almost an unbreakable opener. Wow.
Let's see here now how he starts things off.
Okay, he does so with Branded Fusion, which is a pretty good way to start things off. And you can see Alessio debating whether even to just go for a negation or chain the, one of these face down. Be the storm right away. And instead, it is the rivalry. Okay. Interesting choice here. We know that, you know, Jacopo doesn't really have a way to deal with this rivalry at the moment in his deck. But he does actually have some interesting side deck options. One of them being Shadow Dragon, which is actually, if it wasn't for the storm, you could send it here and, you know, try and play with that. And there you can see him actually debating quite a bit what to do. It's not an easy decision. On the bright side, they only spent about 20 minutes for the first 2 duels, so they have plenty of time left for this game 3, where gonna count the most. And yeah, the card resolved. Let's see if he wants to go for this Shadow Dragon option, or if he's just trying to push some damage here.
It's not easy. It's taking some time to.
No, it's definitely a tough decision. Obviously the Apex is still there, and yeah, it does go for the Shadow Dragon, and you can see Alessio picking it up. Did not expect the card to be there, and he's not really gonna get punished because we have full knowledge of the RP Feather Storm, but still, you know, it's something that I really like as an option in the side deck from the branded player. But yeah, here we see the really bad news from Jacopo. RP Feather Storm, what a card, shutting down everything for this turn.
This serves a lot, huh? Changes everything.
Absolutely.
Basically, because Apex plus Rivalry plus the Feather Storm is
yeah, it's almost a checkmate opening, and it will now back to him, but we might even see just a pass here if there is not much to push forward. Jacopo having a think right now, his only hope is again protecting himself with this rebellion. And yeah, it seems like he... No, yeah, it's not really sure how to maneuver this. Okay, now he has taken his decision and he proceeds with Nadir Servant. Pretty good card in the deck, which allows you to take it a little slower, but gain significant advantage in return. For example, accessing a branded in red and just playing the game in a different way. So this gives him somewhat of an hope. And it's gonna resolve. I think he now has full knowledge of what's going on, because this face down is an Explore Winds, and he knows the 2 cards in hand are, you know, the Robina and the Toucan. So I guess if there is a good news, that is that he knows everything. The problem is those cards are actually quite nice. So his idea is, which can be an issue, because when you are really experienced with Floowandereeze, what you can do is also go for some loops where you use Raiza, the Mega Monarch, to shuffle back cards like RP Featherstorm to the top and just recycle them. But now we see an Allure of Darkness come down.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's trying, you know, to stay in this. It's not gonna be easy, but
no, obviously,
yeah. Alessio is debating whether to negate it with the Apex. Would you go for it, honestly? Like,
no, I don't know. I don't see what can go wrong. I mean, you know, you're already resolved the Featherstorm. So even if they banish, you know, a Mercurial or a Tragedy, doesn't matter. So this is essentially a Upstart Goblin almost. Obviously, you see 2 cards, you switch one out. I think on his side, he really wants to prevent the triple tactics card as well, because those could be a way to come back into the game. So if he can, he's probably never going to use this Apex this turn.
Yeah.
Now we see a Brandon in Ice Spirits, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, which I think is fine, no? Because I don't think this matters a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he also maybe is trying to force the Apex, right?
Yeah.
From Alessio's side.
Yeah, it's a critical point of the duel. As you can see here, Jacopo gonna try and play around this rivalry as much as possible, but it's making things a little weirder for him. And now he gets access to this Mercurier. The issue is, once again, that doesn't do much right now. It's taking the long game, and I think he's about done with this turn. Question is Alessio gonna pull the trigger and go for the unexplored wins now, or gonna wait for his own turn? Obviously, he can go for game if he does now. And I think that's why, as you can see, he's really debating whether that would be nice or not. But
I think it could take the chance, honestly, right? Because
yeah, because I mean, you can take two approaches, which I do think you go for it. It's that you can take the approach of just you know, torturing kind of your opponent with this loop of the unexplored wins, or you can just try and go for game next turn, which is totally doable here. Thanks mostly to the rides you can access. So here you have a nice loop, which you can use this 3 to just either get rid of your opponent cards or just get rid of your own Ampen Engrave and then recover it with the Toucan. So, I mean, a lot of the usual stuff we've seen, but this should be the, should be the Raiza.
Yeah.
And it is. Makes sense. This is so great. Again, you can use it both to put that back or to just get rid of both the Lubellion and the face down, and this is so strong. And as you can see here, he is gonna go for the safe line and just try and push for game. And yeah, you can see, unfortunately, Jacopo looking a little unhappy about the situation. There is nothing he can do. Gonna have to watch his opponent combo off. And I think, yeah, he's debating about it. There is no real merit to this unexplored wind if not chain blocking, but it seems like he is gonna go for this loop with the RP Featherstorm that I mentioned.
Makes sense.
Essentially, next turn he goes for game. In case there is a miracle stopping this from happening, he has the RP Featherstorm. And this pretty much seals the game and is maneuvered really well by Alessio.
Yeah, well played by him. Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah,
that's it.
there goes the handshake after a very strong opening by Alessio. There was just nothing his opponent could do, and a swift victory by the Floowandereeze players. We can go back to us for the post-match discussion. Definitely an unusual match, as mentioned, but in the end, it could have been maybe a matter of die roll. It could have been just a matter of an unfortunate matchup, because Jacopo's strategy was that to shut down his opponent's special summons with the Give Me Pappenheimer. Yep. Turns out not so great against Floowandereeze, and that's just how it goes, but still. Very good show of what the deck can do, especially in the last game from Floowandereeze. It's still a deck that's very much alive. It should be threatened, and sometimes where you're not prepared for it, when you don't have the side deck options, it's quite tough.
No, but like in general, I mean, as you mentioned, I think it's scary to play against Floowandereeze in general, because like it may be that you're not prepared for the deck, and also like the brand that is like focused on your opponent's special summons, right? So it's I mean, yeah, I mean, it was well played in game 2, especially because, like, I think Alessio didn't have any sort of interruption, and also the duality itself was, you know, like, he revealed 2 of them, and, I mean, in general, I would say that going into the tournament and now you're sitting on a 3-0 record, honestly, I would never like to play against Alessio.
No, as you mentioned, I mean, it is a very diverse event, a lot of different decks, but this is still a deck that requires a lot of respect. It is in a weird stage at the moment, because there are still a lot of end-traps in usual decks, and we know that, you know, Vader, Impermanence, and these kind of cards are annoying for Floowandereeze. Yeah. So I'm not too convinced on it, but I think the deck list is quite solid. It has a lot of what it takes, especially going first, but even when you lose the die roll, he has some interesting tech. We haven't seen a lot of, you know, everything that the deck can offer, but it was still a solid performance. Regardless, though, thank you guys for being with us. This was the end of round 3. We still have 6 more to go, so don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon with more live action from Rome. Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the Italian Open in Rome. We have a great match ahead of us because sometimes, coincidences are crazy in this game, and this is one of them because we were looking for unusual decks among the top tables and among our undefeated duelists, and we came across, a very interesting deck, which is Voiceless Voice playing Melodious cards as well from Legacy of Destruction. But the craziest thing is that once we looked at the opponent deck list, we noticed that it's exactly the same deck card by card. These two friends built together this deck, and they are performing really good. Unfortunately, though, both on 3-0 got paired one against each other, which will be, though, an amazing showdown. And what's even crazier is that Alberto actually helped them out while building, the deck, and so he will be able to go and walk us through this while we jump into the match. But as mentioned, though, this will be an epic showdown with two friends playing the same exact deck, a deck we have not seen in this capacity on stream yet. Without further ado, our players are ready. Let's jump into round. And here they are, as you can see. Obviously, always a little tough to play on stream. It can be nervous, but I think it helps quite a bit when you play against a friend. And obviously, when you know your deck in and out. And I think Daniele, I might have missed it, but I think Daniele won the die roll. Do you think it's a big impact on the mirror match?
The thing is that basically, talking to Daniele prior to the event, he felt very confident with it. He's one of those guys who usually plays, has been playing the branded Despia deck for quite a while. And he was telling me because yesterday they had a regional in Rome here as well, and he was playing Despia, and he just said, no, today I need to go with this deck. And I mean, he felt pretty confident, especially because he has a very good matchup against the Snake Eye deck. And I like also the synergy between, the Voiceless Voice and the Melodious as well.
Yeah.
Deck is consistent. They play, Prosperities, Thrust, also the talent as well. And I mean, about the mirror match, honestly, I'm very because we didn't consider this.
Yeah, it's not something that you expect.
Yeah,
with
so
500 players, especially.
we didn't really talk about it, no. So it's I'm really curious to see how Daniele will basically handle this. It's gonna be fun to watch, honestly. But
sure.
I mean, one thing to mention is I like the synergy, both playing hand traps and also the Dark Luren in the main deck, which may might pay off if Valerio, for example, has them in hand. And here looks like there's no sort of interruption, so most likely we will see what the deck does at its best.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, once you know your opponent deck card by card, they are only remaining 3 impermanents. So once that's gone, no other interruption is going to come down, and this is why you see Daniele playing quite fast. He seems to be quite familiar with the deck, and yeah, this will be an interesting one for sure. On the other end, this opening is quite great. Beyond the pendulum, obviously, access to a lot of different cards in this deck, and allows you to extend even more. We can say one of the gimmicks is that you can potentially fuse someone from these scales, and that can just give you an additional way to just use your resources effectively. And as you can see here, we have yet another interesting card. So Odd Dice Advent coming down, which you can use to ritual summon the Pendulum Monster, but you can also use it, and it's a very interesting inclusion in the deck. It's a one-off that obviously you can search with Beyond, just like we've seen. And the ending field can vary quite a bit. We always have the the usual Appaloosa SP combos, but you can also get into the Odai's part of the deck, going for a rank 7 into just trying to shut down some negations. But for now, as mentioned, Daniele would just go for the Appaloosa.
And I like the Pendulum Graph being on the field because basically it also negates one of your opponent's spell or card effect, no? When it's face up on the field, which is, another interruption.
And finally, now we access the Voiceless part of the deck. This is the card that was simply negated by Vincenzo in the previous rounds and just gave him the win. But this time, Barrier resolves and allows Daniele to, as mentioned, get into the ritual part of the deck.
Yeah, this is very good because it depends on what he's holding in his hand. It may also go for, the law and adding him to his hand. It really depends on what he's holding in here. But it seems as if he's adding the Zafira to his hand. And he's continuing because basically Valerio doesn't have an impermanence or anything else going on. And here comes also the Skull Guardian. And very nice stuff from Daniele here, which seems that started things off very, very well in this game one.
Yeah, we've mentioned plenty of times that when you play a deck that is unusual, you already have a huge advantage because you are experienced against the most popular decks where your opponent have to improvise. And when you're playing a combo deck, it's even tougher for your opponents because you're not just doing a couple of things per turn. As you can see here, you're going for a complex turn, and then the points of interruptions get even more complicated, so you don't know where to use your entrops, you don't know where to use your interruptions, what to side deck. So obviously this is a unique case because you're playing your friend with the exact same deck, but overall I'm not surprised that they are undefeated at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, deck is working well, so up until now. So let's see.
As we can see now, we access the law, and the goal is again to extend up Skull Guardian, and this is what has happened. Play is back to Valerio, and I don't think Daniele is too happy with his opening actually. He thought he could make more, and first and foremost, let's see if there is that Dark Ruler no more, which could be so strong. Shutting down the Appaloosa completely and forever, because the counters are essentially gone. The attack is reset to 0. So
yeah, it's not a super impressive field from Daniele. It's like it could have been better in my opinion, for sure. It seems as if maybe there was a misstep from him, or
and as you can see, one is used to negate the Zafira, but there is one of those tech cards you mentioned, Trust, which is gonna be able to access a lot of stuff. Dark Ruler if he wants, but Talent is also a really great one if he just wants to take that. And yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
I like Valerio chances now, yeah. As you can see, he actually takes a look at the end, interesting. And yeah, he mentioned that what we saw, the card he drew was the Prosperity, making it impossible to activate it, because obviously you either choose to draw or to send back. And Dark Ruler is actually the choice, which means that Valerio is just going in at this point. And yeah, as you can see, I think
he's picking up his cards.
That's about it. Wow. So I think Daniele is the one who said, okay, I'm just gonna pick up my interesting. Wow. I expected him to at least try and stay in this a little bit more, but essentially, as we mentioned, he might have just made a small mistake while doing his combo. As you mentioned, he did switch deck as of literally tonight, and that can make it so that, this is not an easy deck to pilot, and wow. Out of a surprising opening, which seemed unstoppable from Daniele, that's all it takes. It's a complicated deck, and his opponent is now in a really good spot.
No, I mean, you can tell that he's shaking his head. So basically, he might have maybe played.
I mean,
in
it can
the- yeah,
happen.
it can
Again,
happen, for
there is
sure, yeah.
pressure on the line. It's a complicated deck. No need to panic. We still have a full match ahead of us. So now we look at our side decks. We change plans, switch gears, and at least we have another chance to redeem ourselves because we're going first, most likely, I want to say. And then just try and set up the correct combo. In their side decks, it doesn't surprise me. They have a lot of cards for going second, because this is a very strong combo deck while going first. And we could see some mind games though, because you know.
I mean, yeah. Also, I mean, it would be a brave move if Daniele, for example, opted to go second. I mean, like, I will not dislike it for sure.
Same,
And,
I'm usually a fan.
yeah, I mean, it would be a bold move in my opinion. I mean, it makes sense, especially because like you have a lot of cards going second, right? You have also the Ash Blossom, you have the Lightning Storms. I mean, also, I think it's not like that your opponent knows that you're going second, right?
No.
So it's
And even, you know, the bestials can be quite annoying to stop some of the recurring action, or either the Law or the Saphira. And I think it could be an interesting move. As you mentioned, it can be quite risky, but I'm a big fan of this kind of, you know, just making your opponent uncomfortable,
Yeah.
because they are expecting you to go first. You catch them off guard, you make them miss side, because then they could go first and open all of these Dark Ruler Storms, which are completely useless, and then you overwhelm them. So maybe that's a possibility, but for now, I think they will probably stuck to they know, and to the typical combo that they should go for.
I think in general it's worth mentioning that Daniele, being an experienced player, picked up his cards as soon as he realized maybe he made a mistake, and
Yeah.
the game would have been totally on Valerio's side, no? So I think it makes sense just to say, look,
Yeah.
okay,
I-
let's clear my head, no?
Yeah, I gotta say, especially when your opponent goes for a talent
Yeah.
and they don't take your Appaloosa, you can pretty
Yeah.
much assume that the game is over. Because like, but I mean, he could have waited a little bit longer just to see what it was about. But obviously he knows the deck, so makes sense that he just wants to save time and avoid, you know, going into time. But it seems like they are shuffling up the final ends. So let's see who is gonna be the winner of Game 2. Can Daniele even the scores? Let's go back to the table. Here they are, and now we will just find out in a matter of seconds if the mind games are happening, or whether Daniele is just gonna go first once again. But as you can see, it's nice to see them smile and have fun, even though the event stakes are there. Two close friends, same deck, same card by card deck, and yeah, a nice feeling. Let's see. Seems to me that Daniele is just choosing to go first once again. Maybe, because I see a Dark Ruler. So is there a chance of going second happening?
I think so, right? I think he's going second, no?
No, it seems
No.
like he's going first. I don't know. Let's see. I would be shocked because I see like a lot of going second cards.
Also
Like a bestial Ash.
No,
Okay, he did.
yeah.
So good catch. As we mentioned, there was a big chance that he could let his opponent go first, and he did. I like this. And now the mind games are back to Valerio, because he's facing a lot. So I saw a Boldrake, Ash, I think, and Dark Ruler. The question is, does Daniele have access to his engine cars, and will those be enough to stop his opponent from playing the game? This is exactly what we have seen from Daniele in the previous game. What this allows you to go for is to set up some pendulum scales back, and exactly what we are going for. Yeah, makes sense. For now, the Boldrake cannot come down yet, but soon enough it should be able to. I think it's a very interesting deck. We have seen even at the Greek Open, Melodius perform well and Voiceless, but no one has been playing them for that event at least together, and I think it does make a lot of sense.
No, I mean, I think the deck is very good in general, especially because if people are not so familiar with the deck, it's also difficult to play around it, right? So it's especially with all the hand traps that are being played during the format. I think. Okay, this hurts.
Yeah, there was a Ball Drake, but it turns out there was also the one Magnamote. Not the first time we see it on stream today, even though it's limited to one. And this actually makes the Ball Drake significantly better. Because once you access it, you can also use the other effect and interrupt your opponent. So, really solid end from Daniele, basically drawing a lot of side deck cards. And yeah, now he's considering maybe his options. What he can do is he can wait technically for a summon, and then he will be able to use the Ball Drake defensively rather.
Yeah, I think he's taking some time here because maybe was not expecting it, but yeah, I mean, it hurts, but yeah, you have to basically readapt your strategy because beyond the pendulum itself, just, let's see.
Yeah, because the Bestials makes it so that you cannot even just go for an Appaloosa with 2 materials and pass, because they just literally attack over it. So you need to find out, a different line. You could see a Pendulum Summon also come down soon enough. And yeah, right now they're just discussing with the judge. Okay, not quite yet. We see one of the tech cars again in the deck, which is the Suravis. Dragon Sage coming down, which is a little bit of a minus though, because I mean, as you can see here, he needs to shuffle back a couple cards, but here comes the devastating moment. Yeah, Ball Drake here is pretty big because alone usually, I mean, every bestial is similar and does the job, but when you open 2 of them, especially with the Ball Drake, as you can see here, we could see it to stop the cross ship. If Daniele really wants, he can just get rid of it now.
Yeah,
and he does.
makes sense.
Makes sense. The only risk is now seeing cars like Talent and Trust once again. And yeah, Daniele is having a read. Yep.
Yep.
So as expected, well played by Daniele. Getting rid of the cross ship. Does Valerio have what it takes to continue comboing off here? He doesn't have any link monster anymore, which means he can only special summon 1 from the actual deck if needed. And he will try to figure out the best line.
I mean, if you start with both of them, honestly, that puts you so far ahead in the game.
Yeah, even because like in the end phase, we get even another one. So, I mean, this weekend it seems like Bestials are really good. And for everyone who kept talking about the year of the fire, maybe this is not quite it, because you also have a lot of these light and dark decks which are still trying to be in competition. But as mentioned, not quite enough. This Bestial putting in work and play is back to Daniele. And now we see this really cute interaction with Saphira being a dragon and therefore making the Magnamut a mainable card and a really good engine card. Great spot by these 2 players, again sharing the same card by card deck list.
And this makes a lot of difference, honestly, especially because now here we may see something that happened in game 1 very soon, because I don't really see how Daniele cannot basically deal with this. It's not like I mean, Valerio did what he could, especially because like
Yeah.
with the interruption, Magnamut plus the Ball Drake was too much.
But yeah, this is great. We have seen a couple of times already this Saphira play, sending one of the spells, in this case prayers, and just adding the usual cool guardian. So.
Oh, okay. There's the deep barrier.
Okay, I like this. It's actually a one-off in the
Yeah.
deck, by the way. Usually there because of the free copies of Trust, but in this case it was hard drawn by Valerio, and yeah, you can see Daniele smiling because he knows it's a one-off, and I mean, definitely not the happiest about this.
And that's gonna be tough for Daniele, because he had a plan for sure. Maybe he was thinking about an impermanence, if there was an impermanence, which was probable, honestly, not the case.
Yeah, not quite the impermanence, and it's kind of a tough spot. Yeah, Daniele is really trying to figure out what to do.
This is tough, because I mean, you could have dealt with Valerio's field quite easily if it was not for the dimensional barrier. But yeah, he's forced to enter battle phase and attack, basically, because he has this cool guardian, the Ash Blossom, and yeah, I think he's passed. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's about it, because I mean, again, one-off barrier, but has been drawn, worked out, and now it's back to Valerio with no face-down cards and no other Dark Monster at the moment to be tributed for this Ball Drake. It's looking like the game might swing back into his favor.
Yeah, also the top deck here is quite important for Valerio, because if he wants to put some pressure on his opponent, he really needs something good. But I think he's going for the Pendulum Summon, right?
Gonna Pendulum Summon, I think just one from the extra deck and that's it. So only the Refrain. And that's about it. Yeah. What I was thinking again in the previous turn for Daniele was trying to go for a Link Summon through this barrier, but he didn't quite have the resources, so we're just gonna see an attack. And Daniele gets to live yet another turn. Are we just gonna end in Memphis 2? Let's see. For anyone, again, not too familiar with some of these cards, the ritual would have been able to negate a spell from Daniele, but it seems like it's been used for an SP. And play is back to Daniele. Once again, a chance to fight back. Oof, and kind of an unfortunate pickup in what is DD Crow. Not quite what he was looking for. But now he can finally use his ritual summons if he has anything going for him. The Saphira was blocked last turn. Does he have anything going for him? Can he combo off a little bit? And another bestial in Saronir. Seems like a full bestial. 3 bestials drawn out of the 4 that they are playing. So at the same time, this is obviously a really good response to SP, able to attack over it. As you can see now, is this gonna be it from Daniele? Do we have something else? He does look at this extra. But
that may be the case, huh? Once again, that
I think he might be wondering whether just to go normal summon Crow into SP, and that doesn't look. Yeah, it's not about it. Passed back, so very slow and grind game. This one it is, with both duelists not able to just accomplish much, and it's coming down to these bestials once again. I think he might have an Ostinato face down. Let's see. Yeah, seems like that's the case. The couplet will be activated, it seems, from Valerio.
I think he activated the couplet to search for his deck, and then
Yeah.
he's considering whether to respond.
Basically, you can get any Melodious Spell and Trap, which would be really nice. For example, I mean, to add one of these one-offs. It's the Melodious package is a little light, but yeah, we saw the response, and now the low. Probably, arguably, I guess the best card for the Voiceless deck. It does so much. Essentially, you can add a continuous spell and trap. It then also acts similarly to Jin Monsters as a field tribute for the ritual summon. And if that was not enough, it's also summoned back from the graveyard. So it does so much for the deck. But at least we see one of these other tech cards, Diddy Crow, from the side deck, getting rid of the ritual part of the deck. We could say that Saphira can be used as a ritual spell from the graveyard. A great card again. And yeah, the main reason why they are playing essentially 7 ways to banish it with 4 Bestials and 3 DD Crows. It's gonna be a close one, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment in which we thought that this was on Daniele's side, right? And
but it basically has not. It's similar to other games that we've seen today, where they just draw all of these Bestials and no real engine cards. The only engine cards, which was once Saphira, has been shut down by Barrier, and from that moment on, Daniele is just playing with these Bestials, and his opponent is showing us why Pendulum Summon is a mechanic that just works so well when you don't have a response to it.
yeah, and plays pass back to Daniele.
Can he finally get something going? Is it still gonna be just a slow and painful grind? Doesn't seem too happy, but let's see. You can see he's just smiling a little bit, but I think he might just enter Butterface. Wow.
Again?
Yeah, he does. Oh my god. Very unfortunate draws from Daniele, it seems. Really slowing things down with what is, I think, at least 4 cards in, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's been at least 3 turns, right? She didn't play like a single card, yeah.
Yeah, and that's just it. But this does not work. We can just Pendulum Summon it again, and that doesn't do anything at all for Daniele, which just sets and pass back, and you can see him not happy, shaking his head. He knows that his opponent can just keep on accumulating advantage turn after turn, just Pendulum Summoning back, and this seems to be the case. The barrier is still there, uncontested. And this means that he can just use it again to add yet another Guardian or Voiceless card. And that's exactly what's going on here. And for anyone who has played the game for a while, you know how bad of a feeling it is when you draw all of these side deck cards, these 1-for-1 cards, but your opponent has something that keeps on accumulating advantage, and suddenly you feel so behind. With this Dark Ruler in hand that has not been activated the entire game for Daniele.
Yeah, because basically Valeria has been doing Pendulum Summon and, you know, just waiting for his moment. But
it's a question maybe of oversiding as well, because do you really think they are, you know, synergistic with each other when you play so many end shops and then you add the Dark Ruler as well? Usually it's one of the 2 options, and yeah, maybe this is the reason why Daniele has not been able to play the game.
Here the log has the trap, and it's gonna be tough for Daniele now to come back into this. Yeah,
Radiance is put on the field. again, another of those cards which just gives you so much. You can destroy cards your opponent controls, and then yeah, it's just so much advantage. And for now, we are gonna use, it seems, the other effect. Again, adding another voiceless voice monster from deck, and then the Saphira happens. And I think Daniele might be out of responses. I think he has 2 copies of Dark Ruler in hand, actually, and no other Bestias, no other DD Crows. Valerio playing, really well, maneuvering through these responses, gets the Soravis, which allows him to play around impermanence face down, if that's the case. But it is revealed to be another Radiance of his own. And yeah, unfortunately, Daniele extend shows what this end looks like. It's definitely not a good one. And Valerio takes the match by storm. Let's go back to us. What a match. Unfortunately, I mean, sometimes that's how it goes for Daniele. We did mention this was a very unique story. Both players, close friends, building the deck together. A deck that is probably one of the most interesting in the entire room. And card by card, same deck list. Both undefeated up until round 4 and now paired against each other. We saw a little bit of what the deck can do. What do you think? It has potential, right?
No, the deck has a lot of potential. I think it's very synergic, and I really like the interaction with the voiceless voice cards, right? But I mean, unfortunately, we didn't get to see like at full power, right?
Yeah, because
game 1 was Daniele, I think, made a small misplay in which he ended the turn basically with the Apollousa and the Skull Guardian without the law on the field, which is kind of a misstep there, and Valerio took advantage of it, and especially because like he had a good end, right, with the trust plus the talent, and that was pretty much it. And then game 2, I think, just bad luck for Daniele.
Yeah, it was bad luck. I liked where his mind was at, looking at the side deck and the main deck option. We did mention and pretty much had a read on the fact that he could choose to go second in game 2, and that exactly happened. But I think there is a fine line. I mean, those kind of decisions are real risky. I am a fan of them, but you need to take, like, it's tough to improvise them. And I think what has happened is that maybe he oversided again a little bit too much, because he ended up not having anything. He only had 1 Saphira. It has to be mentioned, and we'll probably ask his opponent in the interview, that he drew the 1 copy of Barrier, which they had a laugh about, and maybe the game would have been completely different if it wasn't for that. But regardless, I think we might see more of this deck in the future, and maybe even at this event. But thank you guys for staying with us for round 4. We'll be on a quick break, and we'll try to bring you the winner of round 4. Keep watching. And we're back with the winner of round 4, Valerio. Congratulations, great match and great deck. We mentioned before the match that you and Daniele built this deck together, and it was a very nice, show. So, I mean, for you guys all, I'm gonna try and translate some of the things that we're gonna ask. But why did you bring this deck? What was the idea behind? Yeah.
Allora, il problema è che Voiceless è un mazzo molto consistente, ma chiude body veramente scarsi e perde da troppe carte tipo ruler, droplet, eccetera.
Ok.
Con comparto melodiosa esplodi la combo, perché non siamo partiti entrambe le volte di ostinato. Daniele ha sbagliato combo G1, io ho sbagliato turno 2, quindi non abbiamo mai fatto vedere combo.
Okay.
Però potenzialmente chiudi con 2 Omninegate più 3 Omninegate più Apolla.
Okay.
Quindi droplet non basta più, perdi solo da ruler.
Okay, so essentially what he told us is that the Voiceless deck is very consistent, but it kind of lacks on an ending field. And they found this combo where they merge the Melodious cards into an exploding finishing combo where they can go for Apollousa plus a couple of Omni Negates, obviously in the Ritual Monster. And unfortunately, he also mentioned that they couldn't quite show us the full combo because Daniele had it, but then unfortunately kind of made a misstep in game 1. And then the same happened in turn 2 because he also conceded once he saw it. But I think the deck was quite impressive. In terms of matchups, what do you think? Is there do you think Snake Eye, or do you have a good matchup? What do you think?
Con Snake Eye dipende. Diciamo che il mazzo gira intorno a ostinato.
Okay.
Cioè, se peschi ostinato e ostinato risolve, non perdi contro niente, sostanzialmente. Anche da ruler a volte non basta, perché comunque hai trappola che spacca a 2, hai interruzioni comunque, quindi non è detto che ti ribaltano 5 field e tu comunque follow up. Hai 4 carte in mano.
Okay, so yeah, he told us that basically Ostinato is the MVP card. When you see that card, every deck is really most likely on the verge of losing. At the same time, the deck is very flexible. As we saw, you have a trap card that allows you to play around both Dark Ruler and Droplet, and therefore he tries to put up a lot of different interruptions for the deck. And yeah, I think it's very impressive. So no, I'm not gonna keep you much longer waiting. But again, congratulations on the unique choice. Obviously, it's tough to face a friend, but I mean, could have happened. You are 4-0 though, so impressive stuff. And hopefully we'll see more of you and your deck later on in the event. But thank you guys for being with us. This was the end of round 4. We still have 5 more to go, so keep watching and we'll be back with more action from Rome. Hi everyone and welcome back to the Italian Open 2024 in Rome. We are now up the way as we approach round 5 out of 9 to crown the Italian Open champion. And there are still a lot of different decks that we have yet to see in action. And one of them is the deck that won the Greek Open last weekend, which is Tenpai. And what a better way to do it than to show a Tenpai mirror match with both players at the moment undefeated. What do you think of the deck, Alberto?
I mean, I really like it, especially because it's a very explosive deck, and you know, you can seal the game in one turn, basically, no? And it's very compact deck. Like you play a lot of end traps, and you know, your engine, and that's it, basically. So it's pretty much straightforward deck, and you know, I really like it, and I think for both of these guys, it's working out very well.
Absolutely.
And I think you also have a good matchup, you know, against all the other decks at the moment, especially because, like, you know, you're playing also Lightning Storm, Feather Duster. You have all the options in your deck, in your main deck as well. So it's
Yeah, obviously it's a very unique deck, as it's one of those decks that go second usually when you can choose. So it will be also interesting to see how that works in a mirror match. But yeah, you can catch a lot of people off guard. It worked in Greece, and I feel like the surprise was there because Legacy of Destruction was just legal. This weekend, people maybe have that time to adapt, but I think out of a lot of the cards that are really good in the matchup, the Feel Spell Summoning, Sanction Summoning is just so amazing, making pretty much all of your combos unaffected by your opponent cards during your main phase. That is the key card in the deck. But I think without further ado, we can let the cards speak for ourselves. Our duelists are ready. It will be, again, a Tenpai mirror match between Francesco and Antonio. Let's find out who will be the winner of round 5. And here they are. An important die roll, although for different reasons, because both duelists want to go second, and I think Francesco won it. And as you can see, he will make Antonio go first. And let's take a look at this opening hand. The deck usually, when it goes first, just wants to make Hieratic Seal and pass. That's the goal. Again, the main strategy is just going for an OTK. So let's see. And it will actually be Antonio ending without playing a single card. Just a straight up pass, and this could be brutal for his opponent, who I already can see has drawn some pretty good cards with the Cayman in hand, which alone can get you close to an OTK. And wow, he does have both Sangen cards. Sangen Summoning, as mentioned, amazing card. Protects all of your Fire Dragon monsters, and we also go for the Prosperity.
And we see Antonio here holding an Ash Blossom. Would you go for it on the Prosperity?
Oof, it's tough because you also know that the Sangen effect is there. You might also want to negate that. Funny enough, and we have seen that in Greece, this is one of the few decks that cannot TK even through a Prosperity, because it can deal 16,000 damage, which is just crazy. But yeah.
And let's see, because in Antonio, I think he has a Ghost Ogre, Ash Blossom, and Impermanence, right? So it's
yeah. So I think you could consider going for an Ash, because you have the Ogre for the Feel Spell.
Yeah.
And he does not go for it. So let's take a look at these cards. Not quite it for the moment. So kind of a whiff. Last card. Oof. Not the greatest. Obviously, you were looking for engine cards, and he failed to pick up any of them. So Impermanence might be the choice. I think Ogre is also kind of nice, but no, he opts to go for a second copy of the Feel Spell. Interesting.
Okay, maybe he didn't feel like the Impermanence. Maybe he wants to give it a try, and I mean, at this point, he may think that his opponent is holding copies. Yeah, and here comes the Ghost Ogre on the Feel Spell.
So the good thing is you can activate a second copy now, but you cannot use the search effect. But maybe this will pay off because it still works as a very good protection against, Veiler Impermanence and so on. And this is exactly what we're going to see. And most likely we could see, afterwards an Ash. But for now, it's a very solid summon with the Chundra. Is there gonna be a response? I think there is another Ogre in Permanence and Asha, maybe?
Yeah.
So we are in the battle phase, and we just saw an Impermanence. Francesco is gonna think about what to go for. He does have the Kaiman here, and the Ash Blossom will negate it. So actually far from over in this game, and we are just gonna push a cheap damage, but this might be it for Francesco's turn. So Antonio passing, but still managing to hold, and he does clutch top deck. Can he pick up anything to fight back?
Okay, he already had this, so let's see. What else did he draw?
But no, I think he's just entering battle phase.
Yeah.
And yeah, he does. They are both gonna use their effects, it seems. Wow,
Ooh,
wow.
Droplet.
Oof. Huge pickup. Damage step droplet to actually go for a crazy turn. Wow. What a top deck from Antonio. Yeah, crazy turn of events. And now we can get to go to the battle phase and add the Kaiman. Is there gonna be a response? Can't quite tell. Maybe an Ash of his own. And he does have an Ash of his own to at least stop Antonio a little bit. Gonna be a close game here between the two. And yeah, now he is just taking some damage. But this is still an interesting one. Is he gonna go for a synchro summon? Seems like it. And yeah, no response. So one card in hand from Francesco, no cards in hand from Antonio. And now we finally go for the first synchro. It is the Bident Dragon, which is gonna be a lot more damage. Is there any response from his opponent? Because this could be it. We go for yet another synchro summon.
Yeah.
Is that gonna be game? It is. No response, and game one goes to Antonio. Wow. What a start of a match. Talk about explosive decks. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we were telling this. Just need one card, right? And that's it. And the droplet basically did the job. So
it's definitely interesting. As we could see, you want to go second, and this is exactly what happened. And Antonio just passed. So
yeah, I mean, like his hand was not promising. I mean, he had 3 interruptions,
yeah,
though, which was good. But he also had double Ogre, which on that spot it's not really helping you. So it's I mean, on the other hand, we have to say that that droplet really saved him the game.
No, absolutely. As we could see, it can turn into an end-up battle in this matchup, and what really makes the difference is the field spell. Sanguine Summoning can protect from most of them, but you can still use them in the battle phase, just like Antonio did. What is a little, sad for Francesco is that he completely missed with the Prosperity, because he had a lot of good cards that he could have picked up. He whiffed, and this gave, thanks to, as you mentioned, the droplet top deck, the game to his opponent. Now, though, we are back to square one. They need to think about what to side. And we could expect Antonio to probably go first again, because that's what his opponent could go for. And then, does he even have a side deck for this? Yeah,
I think the answer is no. Yeah, I mean,
it's tough. Yeah, there is like a mind game which is interesting, and that is Dimension Shifter. I'm surprised that none of them is playing Heat Wave. This was a very popular card in the side deck for this deck going first, because you can stop your opponent, but Shifter works in a similar way. If you go first, you activate Shifter, and then you pass. And when play is back to you, then you can use your graveyard and then just go for an OTK. So I think that's what we could see, but I think they are almost done with their side decks. So let's jump back into action for game. And here they are. As expected, Antonio again as Francesco peaks second yet another time. But Prosperity is a much better way to start things off. Unless he chains Shifter here, obviously that's not gonna be an option. So let's just wait and see if there is an Ash. Is there going to be a response? No Shifter, so good news for Francesco. And yeah, we just see a lot of the usual cards. Okay, Antonio deciding to keep Lightning Storm, even going first, as he could easily predict that that's what his opponent would go for. And he picks up the Summoning. Will he go for it right away, or will he just play it slow? I think it's worth probably just going for a seal. And yeah, that's what he's going. A no Ghost Ogre, great news. And this usually allows you to go into a small combo, we could say, with Pydra, for example. Getting the Kaiman, and then, yeah, essentially go for a Erratic Seal, which is a safe turn 1 play. And instead, no, he opts for the Niche's pick. Interesting. So he might already hold some of the other Tenpai dragons. Yeah, and this is the case. Exactly. As you gotta discard one, in this case, Fadra gets you back the Chundra, and then you can go for the seal, pass, play. Does he have anything to set? He does. Solid turn 1 by Antonio. But now the question is, can his opponent break through? He's gonna have to do it through an Ash and a Veiler that Antonio is keeping in his hand.
And a possible impermanence, I guess, right?
For sure. So first and foremost, we are gonna see an impermanence on the seal. Antonio allows it. And next to it, I think we are gonna go for a Chudra. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, normal summon the Pydra and activate the effect. Are we gonna Veiler this?
Yeah.
Yes. So Veiler coming down. No field spell from Francesco to protect from this Veiler yet. And I do see quite a few extending plays. He could go just and special summon the Chundra, and he does. Is there gonna be a response? Ooh, and this is a nice tech card. Yeah.
Wow.
Big play. This is probably the only difference between these guys' decks. Francesco not playing cross out at all. Antonio is. And this is a huge punish in the mirror match. Because as you can see, you're going to take one of the key combo pieces. And this makes it almost impossible for Francesco to keep playing. Wow. I think he just attacked. And as you can see, Antonio will just go for the effect. Yeah, this is big. We could have a quick 2-0 from Antonio if there is no response in his opponent end. Just attacking here is not it, and as you can see, so much advantage back to Antonio.
Because I think Francesco has 2 Chudras in hand, and
probably another Pydra. I don't know. Yeah, it's a very heavy monster end. Maybe a Ghost Bell. I'm not quite sure, but yeah. This is so good for Antonio. Yeah, yes, Chuchudra. And I think he just passed. Wow. Pass from Francesco.
This is very unfortunate.
Is it?
Oh, no.
No. Okay.
Okay.
A face down card. It looked like it was going for an end phase. But it's pretty close. Only a face down card and a pass. Antonio with the summoning has everything under control, everything protected, and now can go for a search into the Pydra, discarding a card from hand. And it's the Ghost Ogre, and yeah, he goes for it right away. Nothing to be afraid of, thanks to the field spell, making his Fire Dragons unaffected. Searches for the Kaiman, and yeah, this is potentially so much damage.
Yeah, he has a chance to seal the game. Huh? I mean, yeah, there's
Absolutely.
a droplet, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he will play around it as much as possible. Here we see the Bident come down. No response, so bring it back once again, and then goes for another card into the Transcendent. And you can see his opponent, yeah, forcing to use the droplet and just extends the handshake. It's a quick one here for the Tenpai mirror match, and it's Antonio with a masterclass taking 2-0. Let's go back to us for the post-match discussion. Wow, what a match, honestly. And what a showcase. Antonio, very young player, recently turned 18 and showing that he is nothing to be laughed at with a 5-0 score here at the Italian Open. Wow, what a performance.
I mean, impressive. Yeah, I mean, we said this, like the deck itself is very, explosive. He has it's consistent, and he plays a lot of hand traps. And I mean, yeah, game one, it was like brutal, I would say.
Yeah, but I mean, kind of both. The issue is he won, and both times he won by going first. And yeah, especially in game one, he didn't play a single card. He just passed and still managed to make it work, which makes you think whether, in the end, the decision paid off from Francesco. I think it's still overall correct to go for such a line, but you could see that the mirror match is actually not as easy as you would expect. If you can make it through that push, then, each turn you're under the possibility of an OTK, and it's never an easy feeling. And I mean, overall, I think though the decision and the difference in their deck list was the cross out designator, which really gave him the game after siding. And I think it makes sense. You know that the deck is very powerful, but when you try to go for game, the hand traps are still very popular across many decks. But you have this cheeky option of just playing the mirror. You call cross out, and it's pretty much like a dimensional barrier, So
no, it's very powerful. I think also it's not like something that you expect, right? So it's
no, I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
And especially when they make you go first, as it happened now, it's a really solid card. So I mean, congratulations to Antonio. I don't think there is much to be said about that. But Tenpai proving once again that it's a very solid deck. 5-0, and I'm sure we will see more of it. We will get a back-to-back Tenpai winning Open. We'll find out. But before further ado, we'll go on a short break, and we'll be back with Antonio, the winner of round 5.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Italian Open 2024 live here from Rome. We are here back with the winner of round 5, Antonio. Congratulations, first of all.
Grazie.
And so I will translate for you guys later on. Antonio will reply to me in Italian. But so first thing, I would like to ask you, how does it feel to be 5-0 in a tournament like this?
Diciamo manca ancora tanto per poter dire che sono contento al 100%, però si prosegue.
Well, let's stay humble. Still a long run, 4 rounds to go, but yeah, it's going well. What I would like to ask you is, we saw in game 2 something different, you know, about the cross-out designator, right? So how do you feel about the card, and especially in the mirror match?
Allora, la carta è stata scelta perché innanzitutto per rispettare il mirror match, che quando se perdi il dado, se ti dicono vai tu, quella carta è fantastica, difatti si è visto. E poi per rispettare anche tutti gli HT che gioco, ma la scelta di 2 in side va per rispettare altri matchup come Despia, che magari non gioca HT sostanzialmente, e quindi ho preferito fare una call e una cross out.
Well, first of all, we have to say that cross-out designator is there not only for the mirror match, but because I want to respect it, especially because there are a lot of entraps in the format. And the other thing is that we can find other 2 copies of cross-out designator in the side deck for the matchup against Despia, which, you know, it's not easy, but there are a lot of cards against it. And what I'd like to ask you is, how do you feel about the mirror match, especially because we saw that you started first both games and you won both of them, and we know that Tenpai is usually a deck that goes second, right? So
allora, il mirror match di Tenpai non mi preoccupava eccessivamente perché ho testato parecchio andando primo, e comunque non è la mia lista, può fare anche passo come visto a game 1, diciamo. L'importante sono le HT sostanzialmente nel mirror match e come ti gestisci Chundra e tutti i mostri di engine.
Well, I was not worried about you know, the mirror match because I tested out a lot against it, and you can do basically pass and then see what happens, especially because you have a lot of entraps in your deck, and yeah, it worked out pretty well. And something that I'd like to ask you is also, you're not playing Nibiru, right? So if there was a choice behind it, because like you're playing, you know, basically all the entraps in the format, right?
Allora, realisticamente Nibiru io ho messo le carte HT in base a quelle che mi facevano anche male perché gioco cross out. Nibiru non è un HT che mi fa male, come faccio tutte le evocazioni in battle, quindi più non è tanto performante a parer mio, quindi ho preferito non metterlo.
Okay, yeah, no, I just felt like it was not needed for my deck, especially because like I play cross-deck designator, so there are a lot of different hand traps that I'm playing during the current format that to me it was more than enough. Well, I wish you best of luck. Now 5-0 record is quite impressive for you know, a field of almost 500 people showing up at the event. Still a long run, but hopefully we will see you again during the tournament.
Grazie.
So thank you guys for watching, and don't go anywhere because we will be back live soon with the round 6.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Italian Open in Rome. We are now in round 6 and we have been witnessing some amazing matches down the line. But now, yet again, our duelists are trying to stay undefeated and trying to claim the title of Open Champion. And for the first year. So we have a really good match ahead of us. Again, a lot of decks. Again, a lot of diversity among the top tables. So walk us through what we are going to see for this round.
Yeah, for this round we're going to witnessing Kashtira, which we haven't seen so far this week. And pure Kashtira, you know, as in the back all days. And on the other side, Tenpai. It's going to be a very interesting matchup because, you know, like two different strategies.
Absolutely.
You know, Tenpai, we've seen it before with Antonio, how explosive the deck is. And on the other hand, we have Kashtira, you know, like the good old strategy, you know, with either the Dracosac or the Shangri-La. I mean, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, obviously Arise Heart is not there because otherwise the matchup would be quite different. We know that Tenpai do rely a bit on the graveyard. And that is why Dimension Shifter could be a huge factor, as it is mained by our Kashtira player. On the other hand, it's a somewhat similar list. We can expect, unless they know what they are playing against, that the Tenpai player will choose to go second and then try to OTK. But it will be interesting to see, because, you know, Kashtira is a very unique deck in that regard. And even if it sets up a Shangri-La, that may be not that easy to destroy, you know? So it will be an interesting match and for sure one for the day to witness. As our duelists are now ready, let's go to the table for game. And here they are. As mentioned, we can expect Kang to maybe start things off here. Let's see if that is the case. I see a lot of spells in the end for his opponent.
I think it's Triple Prosperity.
And here is the Shifter, a huge way to start things off here for Kashtira. Wow, this can potentially shut down, and Shifter plus Field Spell, Pressure Planet. This feels amazing. Wow.
Yeah, impressive opening.
And it might be, you might be right, it might be a Triple Prosperity. Wow. That's a shock. But yeah, this opening is so strong. The deck, as we've seen in the previous round, Tenpai usually can't side Shifter, but the idea is the opposite. The idea is when my opponent forces me to go first, in some matchup I can just drop Shifter, pass, and then OTK. But while the opposite situation happens, Tenpai heavily relies on the graveyard to do some OTK combos, and this is a big deal. As you can see here, Birth is another huge card. As we have seen back in round 1, even if you manage to break the field, sometimes a Kashtira Birth is able to destroy and disrupt the graveyard. And here we go, another pot card, this time with Pot of Desires. What an opening.
Yeah, this is impressive. And yeah, we will soon find out what Kang is up to next. And on the other hand, for Moline, not promising start, honestly. So it's
He will be able to pretty much just watch what happens. I think he has drawn, as you mentioned, 4 spells and just one lonely Tenpai monster, which is the Chundra. Unfortunate opening, and what can you do? As mentioned, this is the usual Kashtira stuff we were used to seeing a while back. Still works, and here you see a nice synergy. Obviously, since the Shifter is there, we will get the Teotis banished, and then the Birth will be added back. So, well played by Kang. And this is exactly what's going on right here. Tough one. Couple of face downs. And play is back to the opponent who top decks yet another spell, and that is the cross out designator. Wow, 5 spells and a Chundra. Is there any way to fight back here? In the standby phase, Shangri-La is gonna special summon the unicorn back. It's gonna be a tough one. I think triple prosperity, as you mentioned, is in the end. We are gonna start things off with 1. This is not exactly ideal as well, because Shangri-La will be able to, you know, lock a zone. But what can we do? We are looking for cards like Lightning Storm. Although this was very well played by Kang, who summoned all of his monsters in defense position. Let's see what these cards look like. Oh, Vader. Oh, wow. Wow. 3 completely useless cards at the moment, which due to Shifter cannot even be activated at all.
And this might be it, honestly. Yeah?
It's tough. I don't know the rest. If it's really double prosperity and Chundra, yeah, we might have a very quick game 1. Gonna take... okay, just... yeah, I mean... I guess the Ogre might be a little better, but it's still kind of tough.
You can tell the disappointment, but...
yeah, he's forced to take the Ogre, I think. But, yeah, I mean, Ogre is not gonna do much in this... particular spot. It all comes down to whether he has something else. I think it is triple prosperity.
Triple prosperity.
Wow. Triple prosperity. Chundra cross out. What is the last spell? And yeah, as mentioned, Shangri-La can lock one of the zones. Now we see the summon of the Chundra. But it's hardly enough to just fight back here. I think he enters battle phase and will try to attack to just use the Chundra.
This is a tough boss.
Yeah. If there is something like an impermanence, or I mean, it probably not even needed, but that just instantly seals the game. And yeah, his opponent is gonna have a read. And might use an impermanence. Yeah, it is an impermanence. This could be it. I think Droplet is in the end, but Cross Out obviously will be chained to negate the impermanence. At least trying to stay in this game. Is there a response? No. So Cross Out is going to resolve, negating this impermanence. And now we are going to continue this battle phase.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying, honestly, with not a promising hand. Let's see what the last set is, but...
He's gonna resolve, so it's gonna take a little bit of damage, and then gonna special summon the Hydra, which will be able to add Kaiman or summoning. Seems like it will be Kaiman. But no, he is debating between the 2 options. It seemed like he wanted to go for Kaiman, but now he's changed his mind and he goes for summoning. Depending on Kang, we could also see a synchro summon here. For example, let's see, even Black Rose, but it doesn't deal with the Shangri-La. That's the issue. And yeah, that's what we're going to go for. No response, and we are gonna go for a synchro level 7. It could be the Black Rose Dragon, and it is. Black Rose hits the field, trying to blow everything up. Obviously, the Shangri-La is not going, but yeah, the rest is. So, well played by Molin. Federico manages to clear most of the threats, and the Cosmic was the last face down. Okay, main phase Shu, we are able to use the nearly searched summoning.
Yeah, I mean, he managed to navigate through this.
Yeah, still quite well. The issue is the end is still so weak, because you have 2 Prosperity, the Ghost Ogre, and you...
One last card, right?
I think this might be it, because now we will discard. We're probably going to discard a Prosperity. And yeah, we just add some follow-up. And yeah, we discard one of the useless Prosperities. But that Shangri-La is still so strong. During the standby phase, you can get something back. We know Birth is in the end, so this might just be over next turn. And this is exactly the last play from Federico. During the standby phase, Kang is gonna use but the droplet, the last known card, which could have not been used due to Shifter, is now live. But as mentioned, Birth is there. We see a normal summon of Unicorn, and then we can use the effect to deal a lot of damage here. And only one card is left unknown, I guess. But no, we discarded the third copy of Prosperity, so now I think he has full knowledge. I think he only has Ghost Ogre and Chundra. Yeah. So he knows everything. And he will be able to pop the Birth. But that's still not that big of a deal. He should go to grave, yeah. Yeah, we can make a Zeus. We can do so much still. We're gonna look at the extra deck once again. Very relevant now that our Ice Art is gone. The extra decks have gone back to a lot of different one-offs, and this can deal a lot of different things. Trident is the chosen option, and then we are gonna go to a Zeus. But this game is still quite open, actually. Well played by Federico, who managed to, you know, keep the pressure off. And now the summoning is quite threatening. And there is some consideration for just, you know, going for the play. Do you think the Zeus in defense was correct? Because this might actually come back to Earth, Kang.
Yeah, I mean, he could have considered honestly about the position, right? Because
yeah. I mean, you can wait, I guess, but what can happen is that if you eventually use Zeus now, I think it is wrong. I mean, it doesn't change too much, but still, yeah, I guess might not be too relevant.
Yeah, I think you should wait because.
No, now I think you are forced to wait because you know the Chundra. Okay, he goes for Ash, and the last card is basically the make it or break it. Because the Chundra alone is not enough. What is the top deck for Federico? Can he pull this off? Let's see. Decisive moment. He looks at his extra deck. He must have something in his mind. It's just gonna be the Chundra attacking the Zeus. But yeah, essentially the idea is that if you summon it to defense, then they have the option to go Chundra into... is it Veiler? Oof, yeah. Veiler is not great. Veiler is not great indeed. But yeah, as I was saying, essentially the Chundra can get you the special summon of Pydra, so you get an additional search. While if you summon it in attack, it's gonna get crashed, and then they are forced to go into the Fadra special summon it back. So it's actually quite relevant in this spot.
Yeah, it just passed. Yeah.
Yeah. And wow. Okay, so as you can see here, a lot back for his opponent. And now the Fenrir just seals the game completely. There is the Veiler. And I think you're forced to use it. But yeah. Now there are nothing to be afraid of for Kang, who is gonna use the Unicorn. It seems to just banish a card off the extra deck, but I mean, this is pretty much irrelevant at this point. The game should be over. Gets rid of a copy of Transcendent, and... Gonna have a read. You can do so much here. For example, you can go Dark Armed if you don't feel like, but I mean, he's only standing at 55, so... Again, it's not that much. Depends on the last card in hand, but you can also go for game easily here.
Yeah, just making some calculation and just make sure that...
Yeah, it's just making sure that he doesn't forget about any secret effects, I guess. He doesn't seem too comfortable with the Tenpai deck. And it seems like he has another monster that he can summon. Yeah, he's doing just calculation. What is the last card? Also... taking his time here. And it's Book of Moon. And he doesn't switch the Zeus. Ooh, interesting. He doesn't switch the Zeus to attack, but that would have straight up been game. So he gives his opponent another turn. Wow, let's hope that will not cost him the match, because wow, what a turnaround.
You did what? The Dracossack here?
I mean, hopefully, yeah, either the Dragosaki or the Dark Armed. You have a lot of really strong options. But yeah, a bit of nerves maybe getting into Kang. Playing on stream is never easy, but as you can see here, gets rid one last draw for Federico, and he picks up his cards. It is Kashtira winning the first game. What a match, what a dominating performance once again by Kashtira cards in these events. Maybe they are the way to go today.
No, I mean, they're making a big difference, right? And I mean, they're causing a lot of players huge problems. And yeah, I mean, it was a very nice show off from Kang, and the deck is very solid, not easy to play against. And we have to say that Francesco, on the other hand, I think he played very well. No, he started things off with 3 Prosperity, which, you know, was not helping me out. And yeah, in the end, he managed, you know, to come back, but still, it was not enough. And here, yeah, I mean, the deck goes second, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, the deck is now in a weird spot, because essentially it just lost going second. Obviously, you need to take into consideration how did you lose. You opened triple Prosperity, you didn't see any Entrap. It's understandable. I think the deck still manages to perform better going second, and also you were down shifter. So I think the option is there. I like some of the options in this deck. He could side into Cosmic Cyclones, but the main deck looks really stable. On the other hand, his opponent is... I mean, his side deck is quite impressive. If he has the read that is gonna go first, maybe he can side Daruma Cannons and Cosmic. He has Solemn Judgment, but Solemn Judgment is a very interesting card against Tenpai. It is obviously really good going first, but then, I mean... We've mentioned that they cannot TK through Prosperity. Imagine the opposite. So when you're 4,000, they can probably do it, yeah, like 5 times in a turn. So you need to be careful when you use it, but it's still a very powerful card. Obviously, something that's important to mention, as you can see, these duelists are not undefeated. They are on a 4-1 score, which means that this is kind of still like a bubble match for winning the event. They can only win the event or try to win the event by going X1 at worst. So they cannot really afford to lose to get a spot into the top 8. The duelists, though, are ready, so let's find out who will advance in round 7. Okay, so we skip to the beginning and we do as the previous game. No shifter this time around, at least for now. And it is the Pressure Planet. I see an Ogre, but I think once again that's the only response from Federico. And yeah, we're gonna see a normal summon, maybe a Fenrir. Let's see if he has something else. He does. So great start here. I mean, the deck it is somewhat solid, but yeah, it seems like he is drawing significantly well. This Ogre can potentially destroy the Birth when it tries to special summon. But let's see what Kang decides to go for. Is it just the Shangri-La? No, it's the Dragossack.
Okay, interesting. Yeah.
So this is another of the lines which can get you to eat soul. Usually this is what you do with Kashtira when you go for this line. And let's see if this will be the case for the event. And yeah, he gets the tokens. Once you get to the tokens, as mentioned, you can summon a couple of Link Spiders. And this might be it. Yeah. And yeah, this is exactly the line that we were mentioning. You go for the Eat Soul, you guarantee some additional draws. You try to get into, you know, your Entraps, your side deck cards. But we are gonna see a Ghost Ogre being activated, which is an interesting choice, because as you can see here, it could have been used to prevent the birth, and I think there was some room there for consideration. Yeah, and as you can see here, maybe it would have been much better. But interesting, the recursion plan. There is a good line as well here, because he searched for the Scarecrow Kashtira, so he can banish the Theosis and get back whatever he's gonna banish now with the Rise Art. So a lot of advantage still available to Kang. And it seems like he wants some follow-up for next turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a good opening from Kang, right? Because
yeah, it's pretty solid. I think he needs to understand whether he wants to play around Nibiru, because that could be so scary here. Well, I don't think he is willing to go for it. Let's see if he goes for the Scarecrow. I think, yeah, it's worth waiting. I agree with him. And it seems like he's done. Decent opening again, very grindy. During the standby phase, we could see a Fenrir, and the top deck is terraforming from Federico.
that's one. Yeah.
And a lot of spells, which is actually quite a good news. I do see Prosperity and I see a Lightning Storm.
Okay.
So that's a great way to start things off, to get rid of all the spell and traps. And I think that's what we are starting with. And yeah, Storm coming down. Spell and traps are cold. Is there a Solemn Judgment? I don't think it will be worth even activating it here if there was, but let's see. I mean, Kang is considering it.
Yeah.
So maybe it is Solemn, no?
It may have it.
It is Solemn Judgment, and he goes for
Yeah.
it. Very bold move, because the birth could have been recycled. So this is essentially protecting just the pop from the pressure planet. Let's see if this decision will actually be punished by his opponent. Four cards. There is a terraforming. I think he also knows everything in the end.
Yeah.
No, maybe one, only one. Yeah. I think there is only one unknown card. But yeah, terraforming is a great way to start things off. And his opponent was thinking, but no Ash. Yet, at least. And this makes things quite scary for Kang, potentially. Because, again, it kind of forces the Fenrir to eventually target the summoning, because everything else would be unaffected during the main phase. But yeah, the pressure is for sure on Federico to try a way to fight back and win this game. And once again, the Prosperity coming down.
Yeah, I mean, here is not easy, but he could give it a try, honestly, if he finds his way to... not easy to deal with the Shangri-La and the Fenrir as well. Looks like the Prosperity is going through and revealing 6, so...
I think... let's take a look. He went for a Prosperity, revealing only 3. Oh, in the first game. Wow. Again, kind of a whiff. He did have those Nibirus. They would have been great. But I think Chundra might be the only card that is available. And I'm pretty sure he was holding already a copy of the card.
Yeah.
These Prosperities are not looking too great for Federico. But let's see what he wants to go for.
And not promising at all, honestly. Yeah, I mean, maybe he was looking for, I don't know, the quick spell or a talent, something like that, no?
And he's considering just Ash. Wow. Yeah, you can see him just like end signing. Doesn't really matter what he picks. And he gets eventually a Veiler. Okay. Hardly gonna have a big impact, at least in this turn, but let's see. The field spell is amazing, but he needs to be careful about the birth. Sneaky banishing effect. If he, for example, goes for a search and then discards one of his Tenpai monsters. And yeah, Federico is having a little bit of a think here. He knows that pressure is on him to even the scores. And I know, as mentioned already, if he loses this game, chances to make it to the top 8 are almost over. So
Yeah, it's taking some time to consider it, and
he sets
Okay.
the field spell, interesting. And then goes for the Tundra. Okay. Most of the end is then known, and I think he just entered battle phase with the face down field spell, preventing the Fenrir from targeting it, but still threatening to, you know, just pop it. As you can see here, Kang is just gonna, you know, make a little bit more of a defense. But there is no other response yet, and this means that just like in the previous game, he can go for a huge advantage. Let's see if his opponent will be able to stop him, or if finally we are gonna have a comeback from Federico and his Tenpai deck. Only 4,000 life points due to that Solemn Judgment. Does he find an opening? Goes for the Synchro Summon effect. And chains the Kamen. Is there a response in the end from Kang? No. So it gets to resolve.
I think he may be trying to.
Yeah, he's trying to, again, get into this duel. He can go for a similar line as the previous duel with the Black Rose, but right here he has a lot of options. Essentially, the Fenrir is the only line of defense. And as you can see here, he goes into a level 7 Synchro. Is it gonna be the Bident? It is the Bident. But now in a new chain, what can happen is that he goes for the Bident, but we can also go for Fenrir. So this will be a little bit complicated to maneuver. As you can see, the Bident is gonna activate and target a Fire Dragon to Reborn. And then a second one will be summoned by the Padra. Is his opponent gonna do anything about this? And as you can see, this is the crucial moment. Birth once again sneaking in, and players maybe not too familiar anymore with the Kashtira plan, because this shuts down everything. The Birth, Kashtira Birth is so strong at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think the card alone does so much, right? And I think it was maybe the first match or the second one. No?
And this is a crazy line, because as you can see now, we get to use both Shangri-La, Fenrir, and Pressure Planet, and this might be over.
Yeah.
Because if we chain and go for a Synchro Summon here, I'm not sure that's quite enough, because in the new chain, then we can use the Pressure Planet to destroy whatever is summoned. And this is starting to get a little rough for Federico. As you can see, Kang pretty confident. And there are very few options. I think Federico is forced to chain and go into the Transcendent. Yeah, once again, Kashtira Birth, such an MVP of these matchups. Only a couple options left for Federico.
It's taking some time to think about it.
Yeah, he has realized the limits of his play, chaining and going for one last push with a level 10 Synchro. I think he goes for the Transcendent. His opponent is gonna have a read. The great thing about the Transcendent is now his opponent cannot activate Cursor effect during the battle phase, and this is a big deal. And maybe the only hope is the Solemn Judgment now. Because the problem is it switches everything to attack position. But can he get to the third attack? That's my main concern. And yeah, he cannot. That's the issue. Unfortunately, so close yet so far. Federico couldn't quite find the winning line and gives up 2-0 to Kashtira. Congratulations to Kang. Let's go back to us. Again, a very close match, but in the end, those Kashtira cards coming in clutch. We saw them in the Snake Eye version. We saw them in other decks, but now we see the full package in just a pure Kashtira deck. 5-1, really solid score.
No, I mean, the deck is still very solid, and I mean, like, it's consistent. He has a lot of plays, and I mean, like in this game one, for example, we witnessed Tenpai opening up with 3 Prosperity. So
yeah,
I mean, they were not helping him out, and I mean, in game 2, I mean, like, it seems as if there was something that could have been done, but I mean, in the end, it was well played by Kang, because, you know, he activated the Judgment on the Lightning Storm, preventing, you know, destruction of Birth, and then in the end, that Birth won him the game. Right?
Yeah. Again, it's the case, just like we have seen a couple of times this weekend already, this Birth putting in so much work, and pretty much, yeah, a sneaky line, I guess. Mainly used for its summoning abilities, but that effect is quite relevant, and it comes up often. So this is exactly what has happened. Tenpai is still looking like a solid deck, but maybe now the players are adapting a little more to it, doesn't have that surprise factor anymore. We'll see obviously later on once we go to the final duels remaining, as this was the end of round 6, but we have still 3 more to go. But before we do, we are gonna go on a short break, and we'll be back with the winner of round 6, Kang. And we are back with the winner of round 6, Riccardo, actually, not Kang. But
Kang,
there
but
was a
Kang.
small mistake in the name. But what's important is that you showed a really good performance, so congratulations.
Thank you.
How does it feel being, really good results after 6 rounds?
Yeah, really good result. Against Tenpai in feeder match is really hard because it's the new deck, new archetype, and but I'm so excited for this game because I build a deck against Tenpai.
Okay.
It's the first in Swiss, and I'm really excited.
No, absolutely. And yeah, my follow-up question would have been why just a pure Kashtira deck? We saw Kashtira as a tech, in other decks.
Yeah,
but
in
just
Snake Eyes.
Yeah.
No, I love this deck because it can play Shifter. It's a power card in
Game 1.
Yeah, game 1 power card.
Yeah.
And can play a lot of flex spot and play very, very much flex spot. And I love the archetype.
Absolutely.
Really simple. For a long turn is really good.
And it's effective.
Yeah.
Instead, obviously, you tried your best. In game 1, there was a moment in which we thought you were just gonna go for game after the Book of Moon, but
yeah, I forgot to switch. To switch Zeus. Did battle phase.
Well, the game at that point, was already over. Instead, in game 2, what was interesting for us is the Solemn Judgment. You thought about activating it or not, because it's scary, I think, going at 4,000.
Birth is a play. The planet is other play. The play for the match, for the win.
And it paid off. I think you won mainly because of the birth.
Yeah, exactly. And one for birth and planet. Solemn was
absolutely the MVP for the deck.
The MVP,
yeah. Absolutely, we could say that. Outside of that, you said you brought the deck mostly against Tenpai. Is there a matchup you are instead afraid of? You don't want to play?
I want to play.
Okay, something
else?
Yeah.
I have the Scarecrow, the Book of Moon. I love Tenpai.
And what about the opposite? What deck you don't want to play?
Labyrinth, but is
personally.
Yeah, personally, I hate Labyrinth. And Floowandereeze is a match down.
It's scary, obviously.
I took Floowandereeze in turn 1.
Okay.
I did 2-0.
Okay. And what did you lose to then?
I lose from Ubel, from East Kill Drain.
Okay.
Game 3.
Fair enough. But yeah, congratulations again on the score. It's nice seeing a deck that kind of flew off the radar, still being on the score. So we wish you good luck for the rest of the event. And thank you all of you guys for staying with us for round 6. We have 3 more rounds remaining for the day to crown the champion. So keep watching and we'll be back soon with round 7. And we are back here in Rome for the Italian Open 2024, the second one that is, and we are going down to the last few matches as only a few duelists are on an undefeated score, or rather on 6 wins and 0 losses. And those are the duelists with the most chances of becoming the champion, as we are only gonna play 9 rounds of Swiss. And we decided to show you guys one of these matches, which is one between 2 really good players, and one of them is the current Italian national champion Muselli, who did it back in the day with Kashtira, and seems like he is really in love with those cards, because he is playing Kashtira and a really big amount of those cards, although with Snake Eyes. So it's a popular deck this weekend.
Yeah, interesting list, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
We have seen some, very small package of Kashtira splashed into the Snake Eye, and his opponent, though, on the other hand, Giovanni, is playing
the Spice.
the
So we could
Sprite,
say,
because on one hand we could say he's playing Sprite, but there's also Purrely cards in it.
Yeah, Purrely Sprite it is, and it's a very interesting deck list. We have seen something along those lines, but it has been a while back. Purrely is still a deck that is up there. It's performing pretty well across, European regionals, but we haven't seen, again, that strong performance. But I think it's a very scary deck. If you don't know how to play against it, especially with the latest Forbidden Unlimited list, bringing back some help, I think it will be a very interesting choice. And again, both duelists on a 6-0 score. Only one of them can advance forward. Our duelists are ready. Let's begin round 7. And here they are, Giovanni Barone on Sprite, Purrely against Lorenzo Muselli. Let's see who is going to win the die roll. They actually tie at 6. Yeah, it seems like Lorenzo is pretty low, and Giovanni will actually win it, and it's a huge, huge deal going first with the Purrely deck. It's very tough to stop it in its track, even though, hand shops are quite popular. And obviously the goal still remains setting up the Purrely Noir.
Yeah, that deck, has been quite off the radar for a few, but in general, it's very consistent, and this is what I really like about the deck. And with all the hand tricks that have been played, there are so many options for the deck to play around, and it's working out pretty well for Giovanni, which sometimes bring very spicy decks, I would say. And Lorenzo's not gonna have an easy time with his opponent.
No, again, Purrely was really popular. It was having quite second results, but then I think it kind of flew off the radar. And, a lot of cards, especially in the side deck, I remember XYZ Anchor was really popular. And it is because it requires some very specific outs if it resolves. And nowadays, those are non-existent. So I think it's a scary deck. And Lorenzo knows it well. He was one of those players who I remember was using 3 anchors. So
Yeah.
I don't think he's happy looking, you know, and facing this deck. And this is quite a solid opening. It's also interesting to see if he can access the Sprite engine.
Yeah, which is I think a very big part of his deck, because like sometimes Purrely plays a very small package, but he's playing you know, like
so many.
Yeah, 3 Beaver, 3 Angler. It's you know.
Yeah, obviously Angler works really good with some of these Purrely combos and working out for him. And let's take a look. Not a whiff, and this is big. A lot of advantage. On the other end, as you can see here, he's gonna go straight into one of the best openings for the deck, because this can get you access to the pure leap. And yeah, I think that's what we are gonna see soon enough. Solid opening by Giovanni.
And it doesn't seem as if Lorenzo has any sort of interruptions. Is he playing Ogre?
Let me check. Yeah, he is playing Ogre, which is pretty nice here. But yeah, as you mentioned, for now he's not really responding. And now we set up really well with the leap. And yeah. Yip is set up. Now we can even extend further. Needs to be careful just about how he maneuvers here, but outside of that, Giovanni has some, and yeah, yet again, wow, a lot of different choices, far from a miss, and this changes so much when you, I mean, it really changes a lot when you do miss with the Purrely, but here and now, activating it twice, not missing once, and yeah, it's big. I'm curious to see what he wants to go for now, though. He is playing some interesting options in the extra deck, but the Sprite package means that it is very tight. So, for example, cards like Sylvan Princess Prow are not an option. And this is exactly what we're going to see here. Any response? Lorenzo debating. Not interested. And yeah, this is already the first Noir play is back to Lorenzo, who is facing quite a threatening field. And yeah, as you can see here, we already get so many materials.
An impressive opening from Giovanni.
And we already have, you know, the face down trap. Yip is quite annoying at the moment. Gets a draw. Is he gonna just use it? He goes for it, just going for an additional draw with a second Noir. And yeah, this is crazy good by Giovanni. Let's see if Lorenzo finds a way to fight back, as this otherwise could be a very quick game 1. Not having used any response. We see once again a Kashtira card hit the field, but Giovanni does not waste time and already activates one of his Noir to send it back. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Let's see what is remaining. Yes, 3 copies of talent, but this is not easy to fight back. Okay, Wanted is next. The great thing about Giovanni's build is that he also managed to add, you know, a significant number of cards that are good to pick up in the standby phase when he draws cards. And this can mean that he has hand traps as well. So to just make things worse, Diabell Star enters the end of Lorenzo. We haven't seen a whole lot of Diabell Star combos this weekend, surprisingly enough. But
it's gonna be tough for Lorenzo, because he immediately needs to navigate through double Noir plus you know, all the cards in hand from Giovanni.
I think the first one has at least 5 probably. So That means he has like 4 possible cards that can be put back to the deck, and that's so much. And here comes the Diablo Star discarding Ash. Let's see if there is a response. For now, not. But he will have the option of using it again. Here we go. Okay, for the one-off. And Giovanni seems like he will have a think. Makes sense. What is he gonna go and do? Yeah, just gets rid of all the materials from the one noir. Makes sense. Keeps the other unaffected. And pressure is now on Lorenzo, who still is using so many resources. But as the Oak.
Yeah, he's trying.
Yeah, he's trying. And as you can see here, Giovanni is gonna respond. Sending the Ash back. And then in a new chain, he has the think. I think once again, if he wants to use it yet again. He's debating. The important thing is that now I think he has 4 materials, so it will be, you know, relevant to play around. But no, okay. Oof, and this Ash, it's so much. Lorenzo was trying to figure out the best line to fight about this. He only has 2 cards in hand. Does he have a talent or some way of just trying to fight back? For now, at least, he has another chance of drawing a card with the wanted. I think it might come down to this draw. Does he find another play? Another Kashtira monster, maybe? Wouldn't really help. Bonfire. Not too useful at the moment. Really depends on the other 2 cards. You get a Poplar. He has already normal summoned.
Yeah.
And now he goes for the Poplar. Let's see if there is a response. Obviously, this helps quite a bit at the moment. Question is it gonna be enough? His opponent still has, I think, 4 materials under the one noir.
I mean, he's trying, you can tell, but it's going to be very tough, honestly, because that Ash Blossom hurt a lot. And yeah, the Noir as well is, I mean, you can tell he's having a thing, but also I think you have to give credit to Giovanni, which was careful also with the zones, right? In order to avoid the anima, so it's... Yeah, it takes the Flambridge here. Yeah, I think, let's see what the 2 remaining cards in Lorenzo's hand are. Gonna be tough, because now he's going for a Link Summon. Yeah, goes for the Anima. Okay, yeah,
the droplet. The droplet was the last card, so no more cards for Lorenzo. Goes for this droplet. But yeah, as you can see here, very well maneuvered. Finds a way to chain, it seems. Droplet, one of the few cards that Lorenzo is main decking for going second outside of Entraps. And yeah, seems like the chain will finally resolve, and after a very long fought maneuvers, Giovanni might have managed. Let's see. And yeah, it's enough, but Lorenzo still not picking up his cards, actually just passed back. I'm surprised. Yeah. He has at the moment nothing really going on for him, but still I think he will have some information pretty soon, which is the sprite part of the deck. And this is what makes the difference, because this deck can actually become super explosive. We can see an angler here, but also a lot of different ways of, you know, going for game if he has. And yeah, this is the big difference between the regular Purrely deck. He's playing this Angler package, and I'm sold. It looks promising. Maybe it obviously limits the amount of non-engine cars that you can play. So when you go second, I am not sure if that is sustainable. But as you can see, this is a very interesting line.
Yeah, I mean this deck is very powerful, explosive as well, consistent, and you know, I think here he completely outplayed Lorenzo. Like
Yeah, it's tough to fight back.
Yeah.
Lorenzo is still maining a lot of interruptions, and he didn't open any. He's only, let's say going second card was that droplet, and yeah, it wasn't quite enough. But yeah, I'm surprised that Lorenzo is still in this game.
Yeah.
And he's not picking up his cards. Usually he's quite the type of player that would at this point. But yeah, now we enter battle phase and we can do some of the Purrely shenanigans that the deck is known for. Getting either more quick spells from the deck, and yeah. The deck is scary. I mean, we did mention it. It's surely very consistent. My main question mark again is how can it perform going second? Well, I think it can also be accustomed to break fields and do it. And yeah, this is just the field of attacks. And finally, Lorenzo picking up his cards down 1-0. It is Giovanni with the lead. And quite an impressive field, quite an impressive line of plays with this interesting Purrely Sprite deck. But now the opposite thing goes. As mentioned, the doubts are on such a build going second. Now Lorenzo will go first, knows what he's up against, will try to just go for his usual combo with like Appaloosa or Mascherena. And he has a really good side deck, I would say. Because, yeah, why don't you tell them about some of those options?
He has a lot. That's the point. Because, like, the first one is Skill Drain.
3 copies of Skill Drain.
You know, which is a big one. I think, like, entering in a tournament like this, it's like 9 rounds of Swiss. I think it's huge, right? And he also has drawn a Lock Bird, which against Purrely it's amazing, honestly. And even if he really wants to side in the dimensional barrier against Purrely as well,
insane.
I mean, it's insane. So I mean,
I think he has really a lot of tools, and especially going first, which is already something that the Sprite Purrely deck might struggle when you're faced against the triple dimensional barrier and triple skill drain. I think that's almost impossible to win. On the other end, though, obviously Giovanni will try his best. He has an advantage, and he has some tools for going second. I'm really interested in especially one card in the side deck, which we haven't seen a lot ever since he came off the Forbidden Unlimited list, which is Snatch Steal. So an old timers for all of you Time Wizard enjoyers from back in 2005. And maybe we would see a Snatch Steal winning the Italian Open. I think that would be really, really fun. But one of the decisions, again, for which he couldn't fit enough space, we mentioned it, is the Purrely Field spell. Usually it's seen at 3 copies in the regular Purrely deck. He's playing 0. But he's siding the full amount, maybe for going first, because, you play around the Vader Impermanence. But for now, again, our duelists are almost done with their side decks. So let's see whether Lorenzo can tie the score or whether Giovanni will be the one to advance with an impressive 7-0. Let's go back to game 2. And here they are again. Very good decks, very good duelist. Couldn't be anything else if you are 6-0 in such a tough field. And let's see what the opening will look like for Lorenzo. And once again is that Kashtira Unicorn. No response. He is not playing the Theosis, even though he has, you know, a lot of Kashtira cards in there. He's not just your typical 1-1, one unicorn, one Ferrier, one pressure. He's playing a lot of Kashtira cards, but still only the birth. And yeah, it does open another one, so makes it much better. Essentially, what it does, even if you open just a unicorn, the good part about it is that it can be used for just link summoning, and it gives you a 2-for-1. Because you just use the birth, you keep it there, and then every turn you have an additional summon. And the Diabel Star is nice. Yeah, this is a nice synergy with the deck. You discard the Fenrir, you bring it back with birth. So I think
yeah, it's good. It's a good one. Yeah. No, but like in general, I think that he wanted to maximize on the Kashtira cards, and which makes sense because we have seen how powerful they still are,
Yeah.
and I mean they won a lot of games today.
Absolutely. And here we see an interesting line from Lorenzo, which we haven't seen, which is the Dragosak right away. Thinks about what to touch, and no response from his opponent. So and yeah, this is a very interesting line. Another good thing about the Pressure Planet is that it gives you an additional card with Stay There, which you can get just rid of to extend into your Snake Eye plays. And obviously, I mean, as you can see, you access the Masquerena, which is an important part of the combo. And yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. When you open the Pressure Planet, you have an additional card, so you use the Origin for free. And yeah, I think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? Especially because now he will be able to extend even further his combo, and I think this looks very promising for Lorenzo, especially because like Giovanni is only into 3 Ashstream permanents, and yeah.
gets the Oak, and we'll try at this point to play a little bit more under a possible Nibiru. Trying to limit the damage with this Flambird, and Giovanni is considering something. No, like all good for him. So his extra deck options are again the usual Apollousa, and yeah, the Raging Phoenix play with the SP. We'll see what he wants to go for, but obviously since he's playing the cash, he's not playing any synchros, just like other Snake Eye duelists this weekend. And yeah, we see the Apollousa come down. Yeah, this is really good. At this point, he's completely safe. So many monsters coming back. As usual, once you access the second Flamberge, you can recover the Masquerena.
A very nice draw from
yeah. If you were not sold on the Kashtira cards, I mean, you can see here just how much they can do for your deck. And in general, I like that when the matchups, even the mirror match, turn into like kind of an end-up battle, Kashtiras are really good. You don't need to use them to link. They're just really good bodies. They get advantage. I can't remember how many times we've seen Birth also be the MVP of just people forgetting about the additional effects. And yeah.
Yeah, I won a lot of duels today, so
Yeah,
it's
I think by
a
far.
lot, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we see an unconventional first line, but yeah, this makes sense. You can access Princess. Again, so many things that you can do. And yeah, I think that's what we are going for. Gonna be Princess, as expected. And again, bringing something back And then going for the second Floowandereeze, recover the Mascherena, and yeah. Just like game one was an upfield battle for Lorenzo, who had to try and break a field of something like 5 interruptions from the Noirs. Now it's up to him to, he's making his own field, trying to make a pan back, and passes with a face down, which is the scariest part about this, luckily, funnily enough, because we know that he has skill drain, and he knows that he goes for the skill drain here, which is actually interesting, because, yeah, you lose the Appaloosa part.
Okay, I mean, if he manages to win the match, we will ask him about the decision to activate
because
the
even the
skill there.
Ferrier was there, so I'm wondering whether this was really necessary to be used right here. But I mean,
do you think it's maybe because he was hoping his opponent
probably
would
it's
stay-
cool,
Yeah,
but I don't know. I think this skill drain, I'm not too convinced by it, because you had so much. You had the free counters on Appaloosa, essentially the Fenrir. You had the option of just going, Floowandereeze, Mascherena, and now you pretty much shut down your entire field, which obviously it's gonna be really scary for your opponent. Skill drain is absolutely incredible against the Purrely, but I don't know. As you can see, probably will still be enough, as Giovanni simply sets a couple of face down and passes back to Lorenzo, who has so much going on. And we'll try to close this duel right here. Zelantis is an option, yeah. And the Birth, obviously, you can just turn everything to attack and just,
yeah, I think that would be already.
Yeah, obviously you can expect some quick spells, but I mean, you're happy with that. It's a 2 for 1, actually probably a 2 for 0, and yeah, this is what we can see.
Mirror Force?
Imagine. Yeah, that would be great, but as expected, we get to push some damage. He's probably gonna be forced to use some of these quick spells. But I mean, I don't see where Giovanni is gonna, find the comeback. Let me check if he's playing some sneaky cards like Storm evenly. But still, I think there is not much hope at the moment. As you can see, replay an attack, then yet again another quick spell. Now Lorenzo trying to figure out how to choose what to do next.
Yeah, it just sets one and pass into Giovanni's, who basically hold another turn, and let's see.
Yeah, because again, thanks to his quick spell, his monster couldn't be destroyed by battle, and now play is back to Giovanni. I'm thinking whether a Zeus could ever be enough, because that's an interesting question. If his opponent has a way to attack over him, but yeah, for now, because the Appaloosa has 0 attack technically, so there is a chance there, maybe, which would be really funny if he wins with his own, Zeus plus skill drain. But yeah, let's see. For now, it's impossible almost to access his extra deck.
Yeah, that's true, and that's it.
Unfortunately, that's it. He needed some of the, his other sprite cards maybe to have an interesting chance, but passes back, and again, he's gonna play the grind game. Let's see. Lorenzo in a very unique spot, because as mentioned, if you can stop your opponent from destroying your monster by battle, under skill drain, it's kind of tough to, find a way. And yeah, that makes me wonder once again if that was really necessary. Also, there is some consideration for time. We have not reached time yet this event, but there are 19 minutes left. And yeah. We might see a game, if this game lasts a little bit longer thanks to these effects, then Game 3 could totally end on time. I guess they would both be somewhat happy with a draw, but I mean, we're still far from that scenario. Okay, another attack. This is a big deal for Giovanni, who apparently gonna take it. Is that gonna be it? Does Giovanni fight back? And yeah, goes and activate yet another quick spell. No response from his opponent. Discards a Sprite Starter, which obviously is not that impactful because if you resolve it, first of all, you don't get your Sprite.
Yeah,
and yeah, I think he
it.
has seen enough. Luckily, even though this skill drain seemed like it could cost Lorenzo some of his chances, eventually the opening was just too overwhelming. And we are going to game 3. It will be a close match once again. And now the question is, can Lorenzo fight back? Does he have the tools in his side deck? We have mentioned Skill Drain and Dimensional Barrier, but those are options mainly for going first. He needs to go to his side deck and find some ideas to fight back. And you did mention one, which is those Droll and Lock Bears.
No, Droll and Lock Bears against Purrely basically completely shut out their strategy. And I mean, like, I think in general Lorenzo is prepared for this kind of matchup because he also has the Lightning Storm, for example, or if like the Feather Duster, if he really wants to deal with his opponent's spell and trap cards. But like the skill drain itself hurts so much, right? So it's I think, I mean, we will be saying skill drain even in game 3. So.
It's possible. At the same time, you really want to try and shut the deck down. But having seen the Nimble package, I think that makes it interesting because it could be a way to play around Droll depending on the opening that you have. But I agree with you that in general it will be a scary option. When it comes to Giovanni, his deck is built for going first. And I already mentioned one card, which is the Purrely Field Spell. But I want to give a shout out to a card we saw in game 1, which was the Mannequin Cat. Because in the main deck, there are no real spicy targets. But oh well, in the side deck, we have a couple of very interesting options and very much scary options again from the past. One card among all, Archlord Christia, but also, you know, Amorphage Goliath. He has some really, really good options, and I think Mannequin Cat could play a huge role in this match, especially if we see, you know, the draw. We have a lot of going on possible. But I think without further ado, our duelists are almost ready, shuffling up, and let's find out who will be the winner of round 7. Here they are once again. As a reminder, 9 rounds in total for what are 494 players and no top cut. It means that you need to try and still remain undefeated. 5 duelists are the only remaining players on a 6-0 score, and only one of these 2 will advance. And Giovanni start things off right away. Oof, with the deadly combination that his deck is built upon, which is this Angler. This will be really, really tough for Lorenzo.
What an opening.
Yeah, I mean, he has built his deck, so I think it's deserved. He's playing 3 copies of each Nimble card. And, I mean, 1 out of the 3 games, it's fair, I think, that he opens 1 Angler. And yeah, now I want to see where he goes for, though, because this combo is interesting. This is where the first, activation of Droll and Lock could happen from Lorenzo, which at least, could limit the damage. Let's see if he does the sneaky spellcaster.
I I mean, once again, I think he's looking good for Giovanni, especially because I think he will be able to put up a very impressive field. And let's see if I mean, I'm really interested to seeing what is.
Yeah, I want to see the combo.
Exactly. Yeah.
And here it is. So draw and lock. You could see Giovanni already overlaying, but instead, draw and lock is in the end for Lorenzo. But I think this angler changes things up significantly. And we could also see a mannequin cat play, as I was mentioning later on.
Yeah, I think if it would have not been for the angler in the hand, we will see a completely different game, right?
Completely different, yeah. Here he goes for carrot. Again, another option to just play around Snake Eye a little bit. Obviously, you can settle on just that because Lorenzo is playing Kashtira monsters, so not exactly great against those. But as you can see, this is already quite a bit of action. And the opening was impressive because it was also the perfect, card to just go into the Noir. And he's going to continue here. Setting up the Purrely. And this is so good for Giovanni. As Lorenzo will have to deal with an Purrely Noir. And let's see if it's just going to be the carrot or whether he will try and extend his plays here.
And still, I think this is like already good, because under draw and lock is like,
Because obviously the carrot can protect some of the options from Lorenzo. And no, he still has some more action. Obviously cannot use the effect due to draw and lock, but can continue comboing off. What is he gonna go for? Could just be an SP, but let's see if he has something more interesting in his mind. It is gonna be yet again another Sprite link, in this case sending the other copy of Angler, as it's not once per turn. And you can get the final Beaver from the deck. And yeah, finally, we are gonna go. Is it gonna be the Mannequin Cat? What is the option? It is the Mannequin Cat, and this could be quite scary for Lorenzo. As mentioned, there are a lot of very good targets in the deck for Giovanni. Let's just wait and see what he goes for. But for now, he also has access potentially to a couple of draws in the standby phase of his opponent, who is gonna check how many materials are under there. He does play Droplet, so he has a few options here. It's gonna be a close one. 10 minutes remaining, and we enter the main phase with Divine Tempo.
A very close one, honestly.
No, it's gonna be quite close. I mean, one very easy option is to get the red as well, since there are a lot of fire monsters, so you can get red easily from the deck. But depending what your opponent goes for, first and foremost, I want to see whether Lorenzo has a Kashtira card, because he needs to be careful about how he maneuvers this.
Also, the sprint is there, no?
Yeah.
Just okay.
And he does. Fenrir is potentially quite big. Great way to go second and fight back, and a bonfire. So very solid end from Lorenzo. Definitely has the chance to fight back. Yeah, and he gets access to the Ash. Now Ash is summoned, will activate the effect. Is there going to be a response from Giovanni? Not yet, it seems. So Poplar most likely going to be added. Yep. And now we are going to see the Mannequin Cat plus the
The sprint, yeah.
Sprint, which sends back Ferrier, and this is big as Ferrier now cannot be summoned as there are a bunch of masters on Lorenzo's field. And let's see what we are gonna go for. Okay, nothing too fancy as expected. Fire monsters are there, so we are gonna go for Sprite Red. Just keeping Lorenzo or trying to keep Lorenzo in check. But this is not over at all from the current Italian national champion. Cannot count him out. Still plenty of plays available. And already 2 of the interruptions baited. Probably gonna be the closest match of the entire weekend up until now. But yeah, some thinking is surely required. Tough spot. Can't quite tell how many cards are in the hand from Giovanni. But
Because I think here the issue may also be if Giovanni is holding into I don't know, like Ash
Yeah.
Blossom or something, right?
oof, but the wanted is another great way to try and fight back. Yep, as you can see here. Gets the Diabell Star. Needs to be careful about the red. Obviously, the poor Yip is the face down card he knows about. Can he find a way to break through this? So he has the Fenrir, which is not that great. He's gonna discard it. Yeah, makes sense. Discards the Fenrir. Is the red gonna be used? No. Okay.
I think Giovanni is very patient though.
Yeah, he's really, really patient. He knows that the pressure is on Lorenzo to fight back. But also, we do need to keep, our eyes on the clock. Because 7 minutes are there. And Giovanni is down 500 life points to my friend. And now finally decides to push. This is going to be the big decision. As you can see, the Divine Temple allows Lorenzo to bring the Floowandereeze back. And the first activation of Noir happens. Only 6.5 minutes, and the Floowandereeze is the chosen card. But now, yet again, we use it. And this might be risky, actually, for Giovanni, who is pretty much going all in. Only other interruption left is red. And as you can see... Yeah, we just enter battle phase, and yet again attacked over, which really makes you think whether there was merit for just using this red earlier on. And now in main phase 2, Lorenzo is ahead in life. 6 minutes remaining. Gonna have a little think looking at his opponent options, who is now out of at least interruptions from the field. Only needs to be careful about potentially, some end traps. But the chance is there. Lorenzo can smell it, and he's gonna try his best to stay in this game. Ooh, but there is one, and it is the Ash Blossom to stop the Origin, giving Giovanni still a chance. If it wasn't for that, the game probably would be over. 1 card left for Lorenzo in hand. And I mean, that was pretty much a known thing as he went to set it. 1 more draw for the wanted. What is it gonna be? A lot of really good options. Obviously, talent and any of those cards would be insane. But
yeah, I mean,
not
we said
much
it.
time left.
Yeah. Giovanni very patient, holding the Ash Blossom as well. Waiting for the right moment to activate it. And yeah, still this game is far from open. Now Lorenzo goes for the dark and activates his effect.
No response. Gets the gigantic. Obviously can still climb a little bit more. And now we go into a play. He has the option, obviously, Celine, few possible. And yeah, it is Celine indeed. Gonna activate the effect as the access code talker option and a few others in his deck. Is it gonna be the... Yeah, it is the access code. Gonna try his best to just, you know, damage control. He's ahead by 900 life points. Gonna go and destroy some of his opponent cards. Yeah, and he starts things off by destroying my friend. I think there are a couple of cards left in the end from Giovanni. This might be it. And yeah, play is back. 3 minutes on the clock remaining. Giovanni still with a lot of significant chances. Only 900 points of damage. But this will go down to the wire. One more turn to try and fight back. But in either case, it seems unlikely that this will end in a draw. So one of the two duelists will be one of the few players remaining with a 7-0 record. But who is it gonna be? Surely the closest match we have seen all weekend on stream. Two amazing duelists. And we start things off from Giovanni. Ooh, I think there is a droplet maybe face down from Lorenzo. And that could be a sneaky way to, you know, save this game in the damage step maybe. Wow. Okay, Ash gets rid of... he's getting down to the wire. Only 2 minutes. And Lorenzo will have to decide where to use. Obviously, one of the cards is known because it was the wanted set by the Diablo Star, so that's not quite relevant.
Okay, he allows it.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was a close call.
for sure. It's gonna be now the chance to maybe use this droplet, but not again. Gonna be patient with it and probably try and bait, you know, battle phase activation. But now we see the wanted. Giovanni gonna be okay with it. Just getting a second copy of Diablo Star. And this is gonna be super relevant. Are we gonna see a miss? Is it gonna hit one of these 3 cards? Let's take a look. And no, it's
never missed.
It's a really good hit, actually. A lot of different options, but he needs to play really fast. Only 1 minute remaining. Can he make it in time? He already gained, obviously, both players gained life points, but the difference is still 900. And now it's where Lorenzo has to decide whether to use this final face down card.
Not an easy decision.
And no, he allows it. And as you can see, Giovanni gonna activate. And here is where Lorenzo is forced to finally flip this droplet. Might not be enough though. Gonna activate it fully, and now with 20 seconds left, can Giovanni fight back? Probably has still a little bit of time to do a final play, but not quite. He looks at his extra deck options. Wow. And time could be called any seconds. And that's it. I think he does not have enough. Wow, what a win in the end. Down to the wire. The first match ending on time. And it is Lorenzo, current Italian national champion, who advances. What a match. Let's go back to us. Wow. I mean, when the stakes get higher, this is where the players show what they are capable of. And I mean, both undefeated. At the beginning of this round, we only have 5 duelists remaining with a 6-0 score. And now, I mean, we couldn't expect anything less. They gave it their all. The deck performed really well from Giovanni, I gotta say. It's definitely up for debate whether this game would have probably ended in this result if it wasn't for time. But I mean, it's just so intricate. Everybody having a lot of back and forth duel, but it was well played on both sides.
No, I mean, like honestly, I'm shocked. I mean, like what a match. I mean, I'm speechless because basically up until the last minute we didn't know who could have won, right? And I think on one hand we had Giovanni, who played incredibly well, especially in game one. Basically showed off how the Purrely deck is still powerful. And on the other hand, we saw Lorenzo piloting the deck in game 2 perfectly, and then with the skill gen basically sealed the game. And this game 3 honestly could have gone either way. So it's it was there. I mean,
it's a very
incredible
match.
match.
Yeah, it was down to the wire. It had everything. It had, even a clutch comeback, we gotta say, because Lorenzo was down 1-0 in game 1. He couldn't really do much. He tried his best to fight back against this double noir opening. And in game 3, he had somewhat of a perfect 10 to fight back with that roll. Still not quite enough for some reason. And then, in the end, it was a really, really close match. Congratulations to both. Technically, they are both still in contention for becoming the champion, but Lorenzo, obviously, only 2 more matches remaining for him to potentially win another event. And what a day it has been. Thank you guys a lot for being with us. Only 2 more rounds remain to find out who will be the Italian Open champion of Rome. Keep watching, and we'll be back with round 8 real soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the Italian Open 2024 in Rome. We are now down to the last 2 remaining matches to crown our champion, and we have a lot of exciting matches ahead of us, a lot of duelists, a lot of different decks remaining for what was a very diverse tournament, and nothing more that you can expect. But we have still a lot of competitors and some big names remaining in competition. Obviously, we saw in the previous round one of the 7-0. We still have 3 of the 7-0s duelists, but what we're gonna feature for this round is table 5. Again, duelists that can finish among the top, and they are an interesting match for sure ahead of us, because if on the one side we have Connor Kelly with your I would say average Snake Eye deck, very solid. I like the deck list quite a bit. It doesn't seem to have, anything too crazy going on. On the other side, not the same thing can be said for Marco Pastore, right?
Yeah, which is not on Despia, because like usually he's been playing Despia, I think, for the last 2 years. He's on pure Melodious, so it's...
Absolutely not quite the Banguless, but he's playing a full Melodious deck. We have seen some of this previously, but it was obviously mixed with different engines, and in particular with Voiceless Voice. In this case, it's a completely different deck, similar for anyone who catched it at the Greek Open to more of a control deck, very sneaky. A lot of effects in the fusions that, for example, prevent them from being targeted or from being destroyed by battle. So you really need to read carefully, and we know that that is at times quite difficult. So without further ado, though, our players are ready. So let's find out who will be the winner of round 8. And here they are. Let's take a look at who is gonna go first. Definitely the unconventional. As you mentioned, Marco having a pretty good season as of lately and still sticking to a fusion-based deck. So it seems to be in love with that extra deck type of monsters. Okay, and a great way to start things off with this Pot of Prosperity. Lot of really good cards. One of them, for example, First Movement Solo is really what you're looking for at the moment. Let's see if he can pick it up. Condition for a lot of these cards is to not control any monsters. So it's a great way to start the duel. And we see an Ash, quite a risky one. If there is a way, for example, an Ostinato. And I think Marco is really excited by the way he moves. So maybe he does have a really good hand. So let's see. Okay, he's gonna switch over as he's a lefty, so it is the first movement solo, so a bait Pot of Prosperity that his opponent fell for, and now he's gonna get quite punished. Let's see if there is other response. I think he's gonna ask for a few translations, possibly, but the deck is not too known, and as you can see, our judge is just explaining the effects to it, but the Refrain is actually a really, really good card. It gets the engine going. You can get any Melodious deck from your deck to end, any monster. And we have seen plenty of times already the way that the deck can perform fusion summoning using cards in your scale, and then, doing a bit, but mostly we saw it as a collateral engine, let's say, in the Voiceless deck. This time around, it's a pure Melodious one, and I'm really curious to see which direction Marco has decided to go for.
And also, I really like the way that basically Marco started things off with the Prosperity right away, right? Especially because maybe you're hoping that your opponent activates the Ash Blossom right on the Pot of Prosperity, but like his hand looks very promising, especially because now he starts with the Couplet, taking another spell from his deck.
Yep. Again, quite a few different options, but this is the one copy of Concerto, the card we mentioned that allows you to fusion summon even using cards in your Pendulum zone, and this is exactly what's happening right here. And yep, we do resolve it. Great news. Doesn't seem like Connor Kelly has a response at the moment. Let's see. He's now debating whether to respond, but nope. And for, again, anyone not too familiar, the deck has access to a really strong link monster in the Melodious Composer, which usually is where you try and aim your, Impermanence or Veiler if you can. But let's see how familiar his opponent is with this strategy. And now we see one of the one-offs.
La maestra.
Shopina, la maestra. So as you can see here, getting an option to just recover a light monster from grave. And the great thing about the deck is it mostly fairy monsters, and you can get to the heralds, for example. And this is exactly what's going on. Avesha. Okay, and we follow through with a normal summon from Marco. Is there going to be a response from his opponent? Doesn't seem like that's the case. So, Soprano, the Melodious Songstress gets to resolve. And the situation is looking quite comfortable for our Melodious, who gets to summon Magnificat Ude. Let's see if there is a response. This is what we have been talking about quite a bit. When your opponent is not familiar with your deck, you can get so ahead. Even if, maybe the power level is not quite up there, it more than fills the gap. And this is what maybe has been happening all day for Marco. I doubt many players were familiar with a complete pure Melodious deck, thanks to obviously some of the cards released in Legacy of Destruction, such as the Melodious Concerto.
And I really like the Magnificat being on the field, right? Because the first effect is crazy. Basically, it's a quick effect. Yeah. And you can banish any number of Melodious monsters you control to return basically as many as cards your opponent controls from your hand. So it's very powerful.
And now play is back to Connor. Picks up a card. I think he had and was holding Anibiru. And now
for the next game,
kinda sure on what action to take. He doesn't seem too happy, and he just picks up his cards. Game 1 goes to Marco and his Melodious deck. What a opening and what a turn. Wow. For the non-believers, here is the deck from Marco. Only one game away from advancing to a 7-1 incredible score. And yeah, I mean, it's a deck that definitely can do a lot. It is full of power spells, but what I liked the most was that bait with the Prosperity. He didn't need it. His opponent immediately goes for it. I don't completely blame him. You don't even know what you're up against, and they go for Prosperity for 6. You do often smell weakness, and you go for it. Sometimes it works. In this case, it didn't. And game 1 just goes to Marco. Really good, really well piloted. And now, I think, I mean, obviously Connor is going to go first, try to do his usual stuff, but what do you think he's even going to do in his side deck? Is he familiar? It didn't seem too familiar with the deck. He has an interesting tech in his side, the first time we have seen it all weekend, and that is Simul Archfiends. It is somewhat of a similar card to Dimensional Barrier. The effect is, I would say, slightly weaker, but it also affects Link monsters. Essentially what it says is that neither player can special summon monsters with the same card type that they already control. So you need to slow down a little bit, but it can be quite devastating if he calls, for example, against fusions once one of them hits the field for Marco. So maybe we could see that come in, but outside of that, I think he's probably just gonna rely on his main deck combos, hoping that they get him there. And this is the beauty of the deck from Marco. He knows how to play against Snake Eye, I'm sure, and you can tell from his side decks, from cards such as Nibiru, and even cross out 4-dimensional barrier, which I like.
Yeah.
A really subtle choice. We don't have red rebute, so we find a really nice way to fight back in this, and I like it. But let's see if the deck can perform while going second as well. Worst case scenario, we're gonna see some Melodious combo in game 3. Our duelists are ready. Let's find out who will be the winner of game 2. Here they are. Connor going first. Takes a look at his hand and start things off with a wanted, most likely in the draw phase. And Marco is considering it, but no, allows it. So for now, we're just gonna see the Diabell Star heading to the end. And let's see what he's gonna follow this up with. Okay, Floowandereeze is one of the cards that's been discarded, and now it gets to resolve. As you can see, very friendly atmospheres, both having a little bit of a laugh. And okay, just gonna go for it straight away. Is there gonna be an Ash? Not quite. Good news for Connor, who now gets to use the Ash and also will have a potential draw later on. So yeah, it doesn't seem like Marco just wants to interact at all. He is playing a lot of interruptions, actually. So I'm a little bit surprised that we are not seeing any of them.
Yeah, he has a...
Yeah, just in the main deck, he has 16 entraps. And he followed that up with 5 more in the side deck. So potentially half of his decks being interruptions.
Yeah, I will be surprised if there's none in his hand, but I mean, we will soon find out. Maybe a Nibiru, I don't know. Like,
yeah, that's still there, but I mean, it's gonna be up to Connor, and it's important to mention he's playing, as mentioned, a pretty straightforward list. Also aimed at the mirror. He's maining 3 crossout, so he has ways to play around his opponent interruptions. And here we see one of the tech cards, so not played by a lot, and again, coming from Legacy of Destruction. Usually we only get to see, one of the Diabell Star, but in this case it's Snake Eye Diabell Star, which is another interesting extender, and allows you to go for a very powerful extra deck option in number 38. And I really like this idea from Connor, because we have seen how powerful the spells are for Marco's deck. So pretty good in improvising maybe a different combo.
yeah, it's a very nice addition. I think it gives you a really like a very good option, and number 38 as well is very very difficult to play against. So it's here. Connor still continues with his combo.
Yeah, he gets the second copy of the Floowandereeze, and as usual, gonna get to extend. And this is the other monster which you usually XYZ with. But for now, I think Marco might have a think. No, not quite. So it seems like Connor still is free to do whatever he wants. As mentioned, also playing no synchros in his build. Seems like that was the direction that most of our duelists took, or at least those that we got to future. None of them have been playing the Dispater Omega line. Maybe too risky when there are so many interruptions around. Ooh, and after a long think, Ita is the play, and 2 of these Snake Eye monsters are summoned back from graveyard. Again, debating on his opening combo. Sometimes, I mean, the goal could be an Appaloosa plus number 38, which also can create a nice idea, because number 38 does negate spells. but it also has a cheeky second effect where it can redirect attacks, and then you can use it to protect your Appaloosa sometimes, or like something along those lines, let's say. For now, though, is it's just gonna extend some plays, go for Celine, and now Marco is gonna have a think. So you might be onto something about the Nibiru. And nope,
No.
he's still
Okay.
good. So allows his opponent to keep going. And now we see the Appaloosa. And yeah, gets to summon. So now Nibiru is not really an option anymore. And we can continue to just play this duel. Let's see whether Connor can get to this number 38. He still has a few cards to uncover. Yep, and as expected here, we do go for the line that was expected. The Floowandereeze getting back to the spell and trap zone.
Yeah, no interruptions from Marco, which is very unfortunate because, you know.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
A little bit weird.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of hand traps in his deck.
Okay. We add the Art Drone Oak, and this just gives you everything you need. As you can see here, we can directly go afterwards into the Princess if that's the line he wants to go for. Yeah, makes sense. And now we get back to Mascherena. Yeah. Usual stuff. What do you think about this opening? Could it be enough to step, and stop, the Melodious action?
I mean, like, if you really can get his hand on the number 38, that will be good, but I don't think that that's the case, honestly, because, I mean, yeah, you have the Appaloosa, you have the Mascherena, which you can bring on the field, but, it's, I mean, yeah, 2 sets card, maybe up.
Yeah, the sets are the scariest part. He couldn't quite perform his combo.
Yeah.
As you can see, something went wrong along the lines, and also is gonna draw at the very end. Maybe he just now remembered that that was in the graveyard as an option, because obviously he would have set the cards afterwards. And let's see if the drawn card will be a relevant one, because maybe that would have changed his plans. But no, play is back to Marco. So these 2 face down, maybe one of them could be that Simul Archifin, which we mentioned. Otherwise, we might go directly back into game 3, but Marco has so many good options. The one thing I'm worried about is with playing so many hand traps, maybe the chance of that being the 6th card is very high if you haven't drawn any. And that means you just play with 5 cards at this point. But we do start things off again with the bait from game 1, Pot of Prosperity. Great, great card in game 2.
We'll see if he drew into an Ash Blossom, but,
Gonna go for 6, probably no response. And there are a lot of good cards that he can pick up. And his opponent says, that's fine. Let's take a look at this. Options. A lot of engine cards, a lot of interruptions as expected, and an Impermanence. Impermanence is actually interesting, honestly. On the Appaloosa, it could work. Worst case scenario if you don't need your Melodious monsters. And yeah, I think he's taking it. Fair enough. And yeah, in a new chain, I think... No, okay, Connor allows it. And we are just going to see the Impermanence on the Appaloosa. Makes sense again. Ooh, but a nice response. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Marco was looking for Dark Ruler no more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's citing 3 copies of Dark Ruler, and those would be amazing. Impermanence was okay, but as you can see here, ended up just forcing out the cross out.
Because this cross out hurts actually.
It's quite big. And let's see if there is still chance. First movement solo again. It's a great card, but not quite as impactful when you go second. This could just force out a negation. And what's relevant to mention is that this Phoenix, which looks a little out of place, is actually super relevant because when co-linked with the Appaloosa, it makes it so that the monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. So your opponent cannot just attack over your Appaloosa easily. And yeah, let's see now if he can move forward. Okay, gonna activate as Pendulum Scale the couplet. And then gonna go and have a extender from the end with the refrain, normal summoned, and an hard drawn. It's him, one copy of Melodious Concerto. Oof, but this hurts quite a bit. Okay, good catch. Cosmic Cyclone, ask Melodious Concerto, can fusion summon from the Pendulum Zone. This Cosmic is chained, preventing this fusion, and now Marco is gonna be forced to continue. And fusion summon one from end, it seems. Pretty much short of options with Appaloosa having 2 negations. What's important to mention is that Aria is an amazing card because Aria says that your Melodious monsters cannot be targeted by effects or destroyed by battle. That is the sneaky part of the deck I was mentioning. And when you are not sure about it, you really need to be careful. Also, when you declare, for example, an effect, you know, it can be quite scary because it's usually, I mean, kind of an extender, but instead it has this important protection effect. And yeah, Pasha, it's the field.
Yeah, Marco having a thought, honestly. It's not easy, but trying his way. Let's see if he can deal with you know, the Appaloosa plus the Masquerena, but
And yeah, now he gets to access the copy of Soprano, just like in the previous game. And this is where Connor says, wait a second, I'm gonna try and prevent it with the Masquerena. Finally stepping into action. Prince is still in graveyard, as a reminder. But again, keep in mind, you cannot target these cards with the SP, and this could be where this is actually quite relevant, but obviously this applies to Melodious monsters you control, and this is, I guess, a good spot then by Connor, who targeted the Pendulum Zone, it seemed. And yeah, now activates and summons back 2 monsters with the Floowandereeze.
yeah, good catch here from Connor.
Gonna get a lot of recursion for next turn. As you can see here, one from the Oak, one from Ash, and one from Poplar. A lot of advantage, and this is obviously the power of the deck, which we have seen plenty of times in the past. Let's see whether he can keep this up. Also summoning the SP in a zone where it is co-linked to the Phoenix. So that is also relevant in terms of protection. And yeah, this seems like it will be closer than expected at the end of the day. But can Marco keep this up? Can he keep some pressure? The problem is once he commits to a link summon, he needs to be careful, and he does so by keeping the area so that his targeting, you know, protection is still there. And this is finally the first time that we see this amazing card in action, the Composer. The problem is that I don't think he has anything to discard.
No, he doesn't have any cards in hand, right?
Yeah, because it special summons Shoe Monsters from deck potentially, but you need to discard a card. And yeah, for now he's just explaining to his opponent some of these actions and what he's gonna go for.
Yeah, without having the card to discard, he can't special summon basically to Melodious Monsters. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they're asking for some translation.
Yeah, as you can
yeah,
see,
exactly.
asking for a little bit of a translation. As you could have guessed from his name, Connor Kelly is not quite your average Italian name, and he needs some translation to English, as fair enough. And yeah, the deck is also not as popular as other options. So
Yeah, because basically when the Basha goes to the graveyard, you get to special summon one Melodious Monster. Yeah.
And yeah, here is where I guess on purpose or not, we cannot be quite sure about, but it could make sense. Connor goes for the SP, could not target a card his opponent control, and therefore he's gonna banish his own monster. And yeah, now again back to Marco, who performs yet a final fusion into another of his Melodious Maestra. And I think his opponent might be down on some of these responses, but can Marco fight back? As you can see, he's really debating. He's really trying to figure out whether he has a way.
Yeah, I mean, still, I think Marco is trying to navigate this complicated field, you know, from Connor. It's not easy, but you know, he's trying his best. I think he's entering battle phase.
Yeah, entering battle phase. Obviously, very experienced duel. A lot of YCS national top cut finishes. Would be shocked if you forget about, you know, the Phoenix protection, and that's why, as you can see, he's just attacking over the Ash. Yeah, and as you can see now, keeps going. Just attacked over, dealt some damage to Connor. And yeah, now he's gonna target up to 3 cards, as you can see in the graveyard with his fusion. But yeah, it seems like the turn will be over here. Marco couldn't quite keep up and break this field. Passes back, so SP and Oak are back. And this seems like it will be not that difficult for Connor to fight back.
That's it.
Zelantis coming to just punish everything and come back. And yeah, he's trying to show and go back, figuring out some of the different zones in which the monsters are gonna be summoned. And yeah, the great thing is now that the protection from Arya is gone, Connor can just do so much. He has access to his regular combos, and his extra deck is looking like, yeah, I can get him there easily.
Yeah, just some explanation here, and it's looking promising for Connor. They play very well, and with the Zelantis here, let's see if he manages somehow to seal the game right here. Nothing that Marco basically can do at the moment. He's left with no cards in hand as well. And yeah, I mean, once again, Connor just wants to make sure that, you know, he knows every single card's effect from his opponent. And yeah, with the, now he's using the Zelantis.
And yeah, as you can see here, this seems like it will be more than enough. And yeah, the play is enough. As expected, Connor, just a little bit of you know, language barrier, we could say. They were trying to communicate whether everything was clear, but it was. And now the score is tied 1-1. We are going yet again to game 3 as our competition is getting tougher and tougher. Only one of these two duelists can advance with a 7-1 record, trying to get a top 4 or higher finish at the Italian Open. And it is down to one last game, and it will be Marco Pastore with this Melodious deck going first in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it was very well played by Connor overall, and I mean, Marco's end was not promising. He didn't have any sort of interruption to stop Connor, and I mean, in the end, I think that it was very difficult to deal with that field, and especially because there was the cross-up designator and the Cosmic Cyclone as well. And now entering into this game 3, yeah, I mean, Marco has quite a different options. He can side in the cross-up designators on his own if he really feels like. And yeah, I think the pressure is on Connor because basically we saw that he's not super familiar with the deck, but still has some you know, some solution that may give him the win in this match. Yeah. Still, I think that this is very tight, and you know, this win could be crucial for both of our players advancing into the tournament, into the last round of our Italian Open. And yeah, still, I think that the Melodious deck that has been recently, you know, released is very, very powerful, and I really like the pure version that Marco is playing. It's consistent, and he can afford to play a lot of different hand traps and the engine of the deck itself. I mean, we have said this before. It's just one card alone does so much, and yeah, there's the Ostinato, which is an incredible card, which is like some sort of branded fusion.
Yeah, I think on the other hand, Connor has learned a lot about this deck in these 2 games, and it is over 30 minutes that he has been playing against the deck. And if he gets his hand on another copy of Ash Blossom, I'm really curious to see whether now he would use it as in game 1 again on Prosperity, or whether he would hold it for one of these, you know, first movement solo, because we still haven't seen the Ostinato, by the way. And it's arguably the strongest card in the deck, as it's pretty much, you know, kind of like branded fusion for the deck. So, without further ado, our duelists are almost done shuffling up. Only one of them, again, can advance with a 7-1 score. Let's find out who it's gonna be. Here they are. Crucial 5-card drawn. Can Marco go for one of his combos? He start things off. And this time around, finally gets the Ostinato, but he's met with an Ash Blossom. Does he have something else? He does. It's the first movement soul, and what a end by the Italian player. Wow.
This is huge, because, you know, he was prepared if an Ash Blossom would have been there, and For the first movement now, he gets on the field
Mhm.
to refrain, and I think he will most likely be very confident because I think he was expecting the Ash to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. At the same time,
Wow.
oof, we do get to see a Droll and Lock next to it. 2 copies only in the deck for Connor. And he gets 1 when it matters the most. Again, Legacy of Destruction tool in what is Melodious Concerto, allowing you to fusion summon a card from your Pendulum Zone as well. And let's see.
Here once again, he brings up on the field a Maestra.
Obviously, the impact is a little bit limited, but as you can see here, Chopina can get a card back from the grave. So that is allowed under Droll and Lock. And now we get finally to see yet again another huge push in what is Pergattaccio. The Bude Magnificat. So let's see. Solid play, still under Droll and Lock, showing obviously what the deck can do. I don't blame Connor. I think you see a lot of cards being added. You just side in the Droll. And Marco, though, is showing us that the deck can totally play still under this. Finally ends his turn, and now it's all up to Connor. Only 4 cards in hand as he has used 2 interruptions. Can he make it start things off with a Popular? Not quite the best normal summon, let's say. Let's see if it will be enough. Couple of interruptions. And there are also 10 minutes remaining on the round, which is going to be quite relevant to keep in mind as the previous round has ended in time. And obviously, when duels get more and more intense, that tends to happen more frequently. It's tough, especially playing on stream. Always brings the pressure, always, you know, brings a more level of difficulty. Let's see if Connor finds the way to stay in this.
Yeah, he's thinking about it, but yeah, not an easy position for Connor, especially because he really needs to think how to deal with.
Yeah, and that is
touch.
still, you know, kind of a sign of maybe not weak, but you know, kind of on the weak side of the ends of the Snake Eye deck. Anima is there, obviously well played by Marco, but it's kind of a formality at this point. Positioning around Anima. And we do get to see another, you know, card that has been there. Is there a response to the origin? Marco is thinking about it. Nope. Gonna allow it. And this is the push Connor needs. Gonna get the Ash. Again, another chance for the Italian to respond. And it's an effect Veiler trying to shut down Connor.
Yeah, I think he was very patient with the effect Veiler as well.
Yeah,
right? So
could have gone directly on the Poplar, maybe. But for now, he has been patient. He's taking his time. And yeah, this is getting tense with only 8 minutes remaining. He needs to find a way to break through here, and he's gonna go for a Link Summon. Which one is it gonna be? It's just the SP trying to force out a response from Marco, most likely. But he's actually gonna go for a pendulum zone. Wow. Let's see. Trying to hit the couplet right now. And it resolves. What's next for Connor? This is the deciding moment. Does he have something else to continue pushing here? Only one card in hand, it seemed. But he's just going to enter the battle phase and try to attack over the Magnificat. Let's take a look. Obviously, very tense situation. There is also a chance that this ends in a draw, which I'm not sure would... I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but obviously it would mean that none of these players could end up being the winner of the event. Let's see. And here they're having a think on Marco's side. And yeah,
okay. He used the effect.
a whole lot of clearing here. That this means that Connor fails to deal any damage, but at least the Ash Blossom is gonna prevent, as you can see here, both monsters coming back. And now one more draw, apparently. Essentially what happened here is that he probably used the Magnificat, which has a similar effect to that of the SP, to, you know, just banish his entire field and protect it. But yeah, now they're just clarifying the whole situation. It gets to resolve, and now one draw for Marco. Little more than 5 minutes remaining. Can he just find the push? It doesn't seem that it would take that much. He can surely easily get ahead in life, just like switching to attack, as you can see here. But can he do anything more? Yeah, and he does. So just attacks over. He's ahead in life, looking in an amazing, amazing position. And most importantly, as you can see, the handshake coming down. Melodious advancing with a 7-1 record. What a match from Marco. What a win. Let's go back to us. Wow. Again, another deck winning this weekend, which we didn't see perform as well. Obviously, we had some hints here and there. We saw the Melodious card perform really well in the Voiceless deck, which impressed us earlier on today. But Marco, the fusion god at this point.
No, I mean, yeah, like it's always piloting, you know, these crazy combo decks, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's working out very well, especially because like in this kind of matchup, I think it was not easy going into this game 3, and then in the end, I mean, like Ash Blossom and Jolly Lock were there, right? I mean, yeah. I mean, good job.
That was tough. On the other hand, once again, probably too many, you know, interruptions on Connor's side. If he just had a little more access to the Snake Eye Double Star package, he could have tried out a little bit more, just like we saw in Game 2. But overall, the deck seemed to work out. It's very consistent. Especially going first, it's hard to stop, because a lot of those cards which you have witnessed compare, for example, to a branded deck, but they are similar in that Ostinato is not once per turn.
Yeah.
If it gets Ash Blossom, you can just activate a second copy right away. The only condition is not controlling any monsters. And alongside with the first movement solo and the new card from Legacy of Destruction, the Concerto, you can just have a lot of consistencies in these combos. And once again, though, I think when you play a deck that your opponent is not familiar with, that's the most important thing. So we'll see whether across national season it will still remain relevant. But it is today, and Marco advances with an incredible 7-1 score. And now we are down just to one last match remaining to crown the Italian Open Champion 2024 in Rome. So guys, please don't go anywhere, because we'll be on a break, but then we'll be back with round 9 and to find out the winner. Keep watching. Welcome back to the coverage once again here in Rome for the Italian Open 2024. Honestly, what a day it has been. 494 players gathering from all over Europe to compete here in the ancient city. And in all of this glory, we had 9 rounds of Swiss. And to crown the champion, I don't think we could get a much better match than what fate has reserved for us, because in front of us, the only 2 players undefeated left at the event are the 2 latest Italian national champions. That's just some crazy plot that we developed as our finals essentially for the event. To crown the champion will be played between Lorenzo Muselli, current Italian national champion, and his close friend Diego Ganzerli, which is the previous year Italian national champion. To make it even crazier, they are playing card by card the exact same Kashtira Snake Eye list. I don't know, this is just out of a movie.
Yeah, I think there's really not that much to say, honestly. What a run from these players, and I think playing the final against one of your friends, even, you know, like one of... maybe it's gonna be difficult for them, but
absolutely. But on the other end,
a very nice memory
for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it will be an incredible event. Both amazing players, so many finishes, great performances at YCS European level across the few past years. And yes, it is true that they are both really close friends and teammates. But I think the rivalry is up there, especially when you win the Italian National Championship. Then next year, your friend wins it. I think, you know, there is something, especially in Diego, that he wants to prove that he's still up there. And I think both will play it, obviously, in a very fun and chill way. But I'm pretty sure they want to win it.
Of course.
So we'll see, because maybe they will get the bragging rights of saying, okay, we both have a national championship, but I am the Open champion and I'm the latest winner. So I think this match will be one for the history books. So guys, one last time this weekend, let's go to the table. And here they are, one roll to decide who is gonna go first. And unfortunately, it seems like it was an underwhelming one for Lorenzo. So it should be Diego going first in what is this mirror match. As mentioned, very unique deck list from all of the other Snake Eye decks we have seen. A very heavy Kashtira engine. And here we see it once again with the Pressure Planet start.
I mean, they both know each other. They both know their decks. So it's really curious to see how this match will develop, and something that Lorenzo told me before the match, we have already won. So it's you know, I really
kinda, but yeah, as you can see here again, over and time again, it's very strong. You get a lot of things going, and I'm pretty sure no matter how this ends, this deck was the correct choice, at least for this event. Same card by card, both undefeated, and one of them will be the winner. So guys, if you are planning to go to one of the nationals, starting for next week with the Dutch nationals, national season is officially open. You might just want to take inspiration from these guys, because they are amazing players.
Yeah, we have had a lot of different decks throughout the weekend. We have seen a lot of different matchups. Kashtira, Floowandereeze, you know, it's been a very intense weekend of play. But, you know, Snake Eye Kashtira with... especially like we have seen how powerful the birth has been throughout our future matches today. I think it seems one of the most solid choices so far.
Yeah, and the impermanence was used, which was on a way really good, because the unicorn allows you to, you know, if you get entrapped, to then look at your opponent extra deck. But with the bonfire next to it, this is an impressive opening. And once again, it shows why the Kashtira engine is good. This additional field spell is just so strong to send for either Diabell Star or the Origin Snake Eye. So it's a very good engine for the deck, and it's working out.
Also here with the temple. Very good start here from Diego. Gets the Flamberge and yeah, doesn't seem as if Lorenzo has anything else at the moment to stop Diego's strategy.
What's relevant, as mentioned, is that they play the exact same deck. So, for example, they know that Nibiru is not played at all in the main or even in the side deck. And this is a huge deal. It changes the play significantly. And also, you know, even the tech cards like the copies of Talent and Droplet, I think can have a big impact on the ending field. So I'm really curious to see what Diego, and you can see he's thinking about what to do, because you have in mind your usual line. But when you know your opponent exact deck list, it changes so much what you can do. And let's see.
Yeah, because basically you know how to play against it, right? Because, you know, if you know what it can do, right? Basically, you have such a big advantage. But also, like, the Daryl, I think, is relevant, right?
Absolutely, it can be. But at the same time, I really like the deck list. It doesn't surprise me that they are both undefeated. Kashtira cards are good for going first, as we are seeing, but they're also good for breaking fields. Going second, you can just push, and they play a lot of, really powerful spells. As mentioned, 3 copies of both Talent and Droplet. So it's really a deck that's built for going second, even if you lose the die roll. And I'm not expecting a swift, match. It could be a, back and forth battle, and obviously you never know. But let's take a look. And now we see the first Appaloosa of the match.
Here goes with the Oak as well, and then it will get to activate the Flamberge as well. Solid opening from Diego.
This is the usual opening. And as you can see, you get back so much of the advantage. You can see that even though they are very close friends, the tension is palpable. They really want to win the event, especially because, not that long far back, we will have the next Italian National Championship on the weekend of the 8th to 10th of June. And I'm sure both will try their best to make it there and maybe become one of the first, I guess, 2-time Italian National Championship. So let's see. Yeah, and this is really well piloted. I'm sure they have tested this plenty of times. This is a huge opening. You go for the Princess plus Raging Phoenix line, and you end on the Zelantis. And as you can see, when you start things off with the Pressure Planet, you can get to the Unicorn plus Birth. And this is just a pretty nice additional kind of interruption, which we have mentioned. And this is the exact same concept. 15 different extra deck cards. And Unicorn suddenly becomes so much better because you just get rid of a card your opponent uses forever, and that's a big deal. So,
and what an opening from Diego, because this is scary, honestly, to be deal with. And let's see if Lorenzo can find his way here. And yeah.
Okay, we do start things off with a copy of the Pressure Planet yet again. And as we have mentioned plenty of times today, that Birth is not only good for extending, but the Graveyard Effect, I think, was probably the MVP card of the entire day. I think at least 3 duels were won because their opponent just kind of disregarded it, and it does so much. But we start things off with a Fenrir from Lorenzo's side, and again, this is the powerful part of the engine, which is quite flexible. And we do use the Princess. Okay. One of the interruption is gone. We could see a copy of Talent, for example. No Droplet has been chained. Obviously not really working against Princess, but still can be used to just disrupt, for example, the Appaloosa, or trying to go that direction. Let's see if there is anything going for him to stay in this duel. Okay, it's gonna be just for now a normal summon of Poplar. Not too impressive. Let's see the way in which Diego wants to fight back. He could use an Appaloosa effect, and he does. Is there gonna be a response? If not, we could see the first activation of the unicorn mentioned. I think he might have maybe forgot to go for it. And here we see the anima. Yeah, and I think this could be a bit of a mistake if I'm not understanding, just because of the the unicorn possibility of getting rid of the anima altogether. Instead, it's not decided to go for it, and now obviously still a lot to perform. And yeah, as you can see, only now Diego goes for the unicorn and decides to banish. Let's take a look. Okay, thanks Lorenzo for showing us. The Ita is the chosen option. Again, a lot of different useful ones. We are gonna see the anima activation, and we have a Ghost Ogre. Wow. What a hand from Diego.
Wow. So you think just wanted Lorenzo to think maybe maybe.
But again, another one of those interruptions as Ghost Ogre has been chained to the anima. The Appaloosa just straight up goes, and I think Diego is in one of those situations where he got so excited that his opening looked too promising that he's starting to, lose his focus a little bit. He really needs to stay in this and stay calm now that he starts understanding it.
Let's see if now Lorenzo can take advantage of this situation, which looked not so promising at the beginning, especially because like Diego opened up incredibly well, but here it comes the birth once again, which has been
so great. Yeah, absolutely sick
card of the week.
Utility. No, for sure card of the day, card of the weekend, card of the month. Maybe we'll see. But yeah, it's really strong. And unfortunately, again, as we have witnessed, the Appaloosa could have been used on the anima and kept an additional line, but this is still not the easiest spot for Lorenzo. As you can see, he's trying to figure out whether he has a line. No Ita is available, as that was the card stripped off the extra deck from Unicorn, which makes it a little tougher. And now we get to activate the Ash, sending the Fuse Spell, and summoning the Oak. For now, Diego is, just waiting for his opponent to combo through. And I think, he's still holding 2 cards in hand. And again, the Oak gets to resolve and go finally to his own Floowandereeze. This is getting down to the wire. We couldn't expect anything less out of these 2 amazing players. But now he's gonna go and force out the Mascherena. Diego stuck in a position in which he needs to understand whether he wants to do anything right here. Tough spot for sure. Couple cards in hand for Diego as well.
And I think Diego was not expecting, honestly, to after how he started.
I'm pretty sure you already saw his opponent just scooping up his cards. Instead, he's not gonna make it that easy. We saw it in the previous future match. Lorenzo is a fighter, but Mascherena is gonna get used to summon a Ita. Playing the long game here at the moment, now that he has realized that the opening was not enough. And Lorenzo is starting to get in a little bit more of a chance. Still tough, but let's see what this card is. And it's the last cards are revealed. So Diabell, Star, and Ash were the last cards. And now Diego having a glance at his opponent, trying to get a read on whether he has enough.
Tough, but doable, I would say. It really depends how Lorenzo wants to play this out, because he may find his way here now, because now he can go for the dark exactly. And then the Floowandereeze will be back. The Ash and the Oak as well. Let's see if he can take advantage of this situation. Now we'll bring back the Masquerena with the dark.
Yeah, he can do so much. And if there is nothing else left in the end of Diego, this is scary from Lorenzo. And what an upset would that be? But for now, the Divine Temple is used, bringing the Floowandereeze back. And you can see Lorenzo probably didn't think he would have a chance, but this is, you know, sometimes the beauty of Yu-Gi-Oh! You can play it out, and even when you don't have a chance, maybe an opening will be created by your opponent. And in this case, we still have an option for Lorenzo. It's not going to be that easy. Gonna have to take some risks, but not like he has a chance of just allowing his opponent to have a full turn back. And already 15 minutes down the line, and this is still just the second turn of this match.
I mean, you can feel the tension, but
yeah, no, for sure. I mean, again, we mentioned it. This is an absurd match. Nobody, I think, either even these two players would have believed they would be sitting here for the possibility of becoming the champion, and it would be between the two former, you know, Italian national champions. That's just insane to me. And yeah, what a match. Okay.
Yeah, now he goes with the princess, and let's see.
Again, gonna try and find the way if there is one. Now, obviously, he needs to be careful because he's locked under Fire Monsters. And he doesn't have the Ita of his own because it has been banished by the Unicorn. And yeah, goes for his own Raging Phoenix, which, by the way, is also in the graveyard of Diego. Let's not forget about that. And he goes finally for his own Zelantis. Yeah, which has to be summoned correctly as the judge catches in the extra monster zone. And now, yeah, he's thinking about the positioning, it seems.
Looks like a chess match.
No, absolutely, it's crazy, and I mean, it kind of is. No, honestly, it's not too common that this interaction happens, but I mean, sometimes when there is this specific circumstance of maybe not having enough interruptions, but having the cards to play as going second, this can happen, and it becomes tough because it's almost a grind-like situation, and not everyone is ready for it, because usually when you get to resolve a combo as good as the one from Diego, I think 99% of the time your opponent just picks up their cards. And actually winning, you know, the end game, since you talked about chess, it's just as important as knowing your openings And I feel like sometimes in Yu-Gi-Oh that's disregarded.
Yeah, because I think I would have bet a single penny on Lorenzo seeing Diego starting hand, honestly. I think the misstep here with that, Ogre with Appaloosa on the Anima may cost him this game one.
Let's see. Now, again, Lorenzo trying his best to combo for the match already. Almost down 18 minutes. And this is actually quite relevant because, as you can see, these two duelists are the only undefeated players left in the event. But there is one difference. Lorenzo is the only 8-0, which means that he essentially has two ways of becoming the Italian Open champion, because a draw would guarantee, just like a win, that he is the champion. So, of course, if that would be the ending result, he would also be pretty happy with it. But let's just see for now how this game one will develop.
Yeah, and he's now going once again for a link summon, and here comes the access code talker. Pretty impressive turn from Lorenzo here, who is now going to activate its effect. Yeah, here it comes.
And yet now finally the access code talker coming down. Let's take a look at how many different attributes he's gonna be able to go for. Yeah. But the last card face down is wanted, so his options are now limited. And he's gonna try his best to push. Gonna start things off. Okay, they're debating whether. Okay, which one is gonna destroy? And it seems like it will start things off with the Floowandereeze, and this actually makes it so Diego gets a lot of advantage back.
We are going to resolve the Floowandereeze and then bring back all the monsters from the graveyard. Guess the Ash as well. And let's see now what he decides to go for, and banish another piece to get rid of one of other Diego's card on the field.
And this is a wall of monsters from Diego, trying to stay in this. He knows that he could have done a little bit more with this opening. And I think he really doesn't want to drop this game one just like this, because he would highly regret it, especially after siding. And if you guys followed the previous Lorenzo match, you know already what is siding. You know that it will get complicated. But we do enter battle phase, finally, after what have been almost half of the match spent on just these first two turns, one each. And yeah, the Poplar is grabbed by Diego.
Yeah, Lorenzo just taking here some time to think about what he's going for next.
And yeah, again, another attack, but as you can see, it's now starting to look a little bit more promising for Diego yet again after this myriad of plays from the current Italian national champion against the former. Obviously, we're gonna ride that train for the entire match because it's just unbelievable. And yeah, now he goes for the Zealantis, gets the additional effect in the battle phase to just draw, to just destroy cards up to the co-linked, and this is what's going on. But the cheeky Raging Phoenix, which was set up turn 1 by Diego, is back. And let's see if there is anything else going on for the Italian, which in main phase 2 goes over and finally gets rid of everything for an SP. And now play is back. As you can see, the play would be back, but before we're gonna stop real quick just to have a check on a previous interaction along the turn. As they have been playing, you know, both at a certain pace, but especially with the like infinite amount of plays that they went through. So they are gonna quickly check. Essentially, what has been happening was the Ita interaction, because obviously Ita has been link summoned, but as you can see here, they're quickly gonna fix that interaction, because when Ita is link summoned, you can search your deck. But since the Zealantis was a step in the middle, is actually not. We gotta check that interaction.
And here, yeah, just, you know, once again, making some clarification, but yeah, it has been quickly fixed. And
yeah, as explained, essentially, as we were saying, since Zealantis essentially works kind of like a return from a different dimension, Ita is special summoned from the banished zone, and then it's not considered as link summoned anymore.
Yeah.
And so Ita could not search for the Poplar. Basically, what this changes is, unless you know there is a significant difference, that Diego is just not gonna have a Poplar on field.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is exactly what's going on. The game has been rewinded.
Yeah, well played by Lorenzo here.
Yep.
Goes for the SP Little Knight.
I mean, essentially, Lorenzo, again, just tried his best to fight back. Couldn't quite get the game in his hands, but I mean, it was still an impressive turn from what looked like an unbreakable field from Diego. And now, however, play is back to him.
And yeah, now I'm really curious to see whether Diego can basically come back into this. It's not gonna be easy, especially because he has used a lot of resources, but
yeah, he still has so much, and
yeah,
he has full knowledge. I think pretty sure Lorenzo doesn't have anything in hand, and he has this face down wanted, which was set by the Diabell Star, and this means that regardless of what happened, is back into action.
And here, yeah, he goes with the Anima. Lorenzo, yeah, doesn't respond to that. That is fine.
And yeah, as mentioned, he can just try and push back. He only needs to play a little bit safe around this SP. Shouldn't be that complicated on his own end. But obviously, what is important to keep in mind is what we mentioned previously. 17 and a half minutes are left in the round, and if there is a player who has a lot of pressure to close this game as fast as possible, it is Diego, because he really wants to avoid the draw, because the draw would guarantee that Lorenzo is our Italian Open champion here in Rome. And as you can see here, yeah, he is just in such a great spot to win this game. And yeah, that's what's going to happen. And a Ghost Ogre once again. Okay, second Ghost Ogre being activated, but this one, let me tell you, it's much better than the first use from Diego. And yeah, this with the boost, thanks to the field spell, he will do some calculations to figure out how much damage he can deal to his opponent. Ita is gone, but yeah, almost on a top decking mode, and now he can overlay into the dark, and this should be plenty of damage if he manages it carefully. So, what a start of a match. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we could have asked for more, honestly.
Yeah, and now I think we just go for access code, and yeah. This is enough damage. We enter battle phase after a long and we could see the game, and there it is. Game 1 goes to Diego. Wow, 19 minutes and more. You know, in the end, it took 29 minutes to finish up this game. Almost 30 minutes spent just on this game 1. But what a fight it was. They are just trying to put everything on the line. Wow. Again. Crazy start of a match. You cannot expect anything less. 494 players. Only 2 duelists remain undefeated, and they are the 2 previous Italian national champions. But it is Diego with the advantage. Nerves might have gotten into him. On the one end, I think it is a situation in which usually when you see people, you know, getting nervous on stream, it's normal because they have not been there. In this case, it was a completely opposite type of, you know, nerves. It was the nerves that you get when you just are sure that you just completely won the game, and then you play a little more casual because you're like, okay, it doesn't matter what I do. This game is over. And he almost got punished by Lorenzo, I gotta say. And yeah, this situation is now completely on the opposite side. It will be Lorenzo who goes first and try to combo 4. And the interesting thing is that they are playing the exact same deck list card by card. We have mentioned their side decks. Mostly the going first card are Skill Drain and Dimensional Barrier. And those are somewhat interesting, but obviously the Kashtira engine is there. And I'm really interested in seeing what will happen, because also Diego must keep in mind how much time is left.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, after witnessing this game 1, what do you think? Like, if Diego understands that he can't really, you know, get into game 2, could he go into a game 3 potentially, avoiding, you know, that that game 3 will never exist? I mean, I'm really curious to see how this game 2 starts. Our players are ready, so without no further ado, let's go to And here they are. Lorenzo starts things off with the field spell, searching for one of his Kashtira monster. And here comes the drawn and lock from Diego.
Wow.
Very nice start here from him. And there's the triple tactics talent from Lorenzo. So the hand is being revealed. And there's a Ghost Ogre Impermanence, a Wanted, and a Floowandereeze. So Diego really needs something out of his deck. I mean, there's still an Impermanence and a Ghost Ogre to stop a potential follow-up play by Lorenzo, but it doesn't seem like as if... Okay, there's the Unicorn, which is, you know, and the Birth as well.
I think it's the second time that this has happened, which is a little bit unfortunate, but the play, I think, is just passed to his opponent, and now let's see what Diego picks up from his deck. He has a lot of potentially really good cards.
Okay, so he drew into impermanence. So let's see what he drew into. Oh, wow.
Wow. This could be a tough one. If there is not gonna be any response from Lorenzo, I would be shocked if they play so many interruptions. That's gonna see. And obviously, don't forget that although the impermanence has been there, the birth is still active.
Yeah.
So he can banish some cards from the graveyard with the birth.
Looks like there's no interruption from Lorenzo's side, which is, quite surprising, honestly. But yeah, he's going through that. Yeah, Bellstar, being top deck was.
Wow, that was for sure one of the better top decks. He was thinking about using the birth there. Obviously, if you expect a Divine Temple coming down, that's another window of opportunity. And yeah, it is obviously the Divine Temple being added to the end. Let's see. This could be the complete turnaround from Lorenzo being the only 8-0 player at the event to Diego upsetting him at the very last match and basically saying, I'm still here. I'm still the better Italian players, even though you are the latest national champion.
Yeah. That goes for the anime, and then the Floowandereeze will activate. And this is getting scary for Lorenzo, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. Because as mentioned, the birth is there, but from the end, we saw the Ghost Ogre, which he can just chain at any point to destroy it if it gets threatening enough. So it is pretty much all down to, does Lorenzo have an interruption in his hand? Any way of protecting himself? Because if that's not the case, this is starting to get quite scary. And as already mentioned, there are no Nibiru's in these players' main or side deck whatsoever. And they know, because the cards are literally same deck, card by card.
So you think that's the reason why he didn't activate the birth, right? Because he knows that there's the ogre.
Yeah, he knows that there is the ogre. But actually, in what is an interesting final go of events, the Ghost Ogre is normal summoned to go into a Link summon as he sees the writings on the wall, and he knows that this is enough damage potentially to seal the game. Thanks to the boost from the Divine. No activation. And this is it. The handshake goes down. It is Diego in a crazy upset, winning 2-0 the mirror match and claiming the title of Open champion. Let's go back to us. What a match and what a way to end the Italian Open 2024 in Rome. Honestly, we couldn't have asked for more. 9 rounds of incredible Yu-Gi-Oh! And a final between national champions. What a match it was.
Yeah, I mean, that was incredible, especially because, I mean, game 1 alone was almost 30 minutes long, and, I mean, only 3 turns, basically. So, neither of the players really wanted, to say, I really want to get this game won. I don't want to lose it. And, I mean, Diego, even though that with that misstep, still stay calm and, take it home. And, game 2, that draw the lock was incredible. Yeah, it was huge.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We got a final that had a lot in stock, and the games looked completely different. One, as you mentioned, taking 30 minutes, with both players giving it all they had and trying to just not lose, rather than maybe go for the win, I gotta say. But in game 2, the complete opposite. The Drawn and Lock just took it away. It is one of those side deck cards, the free offs in both of these duelist decks. Diego got it, and unfortunately, it just at the end, as he showed, the double bonfire. So just at the end, completely loses to Drawn and Lock. And this might be the only downside of opening, obviously, the Pressure Planet, which has been outside of that the MVP for the entire weekend. I think Kashtira cards really showed why they are so strong, but obviously, out of what has been an incredible finals, congratulations must go to Diego, which is former Italian national champion and has now been crowned Italian Open champion for the event in Rome. And this beautiful trophy will go to him just in a moment. So don't go anywhere, because we are gonna go on a short break, but then we'll be back with the winner, Diego, for an interview and it's for his very well-deserved prize ceremony. Keep watching. welcome back one last time from Rome for the Italian Open 2024. We are here with the winner of the event, Diego Ganzerli. Congratulations a lot. Great tournament. What a run it was, and what a final it was between two close friends. Same card-by-card deck and the two previous Italian national champions. It is a movie, and how does it feel? How was it winning this event and doing it against your friend in the finals?
It was fantastic. Playing with Lorenzo is always an incredible experience. We test a lot this version of Snake Eye, and we are very happy.
Absolutely, and it was a crazy deck, very unique with a lot of Kashtira cards, and I think you can be of inspiration for everybody watching home and preparing for what is national season starting off next week with Dutch Nationals. So a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh is coming, and only time will tell. But once again, this is the deserving trophy that you will get as you are crowned the official Italian Open champion, as well as the oversized copy of the beautiful card from Alberto. Once again, congratulations from all of us. Give it up one more time for Diego Ganzerli, the winner of the event. And again, thank you guys for being with us. It was an incredible day of Yu-Gi-Oh, but so much more as in store. So keep watching, and we'll be back from next week, national season. Thank you again, and have a good night.